What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. And in today's video, I'm going to be going ahead and recreating the Asana website from start to finish using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Framer Motion, NodeMailer, and so many other technologies. And I kind of want to show you what I built. So I put a link in the description down below if you want to go check it out for yourself, as well as the source code. But yeah, let's go ahead and quickly go through a demo. We got a logo carousel here. We got links to different pages, more information, pages down below, footer, social icons, all that stuff. This is going to be our product page. Product page is going to include more information about our product. We're going to have an accordion here with more information, kind of rendering as we click. And then we're also going to include, again, more buttons, more logos, more images, more text, and so on and so forth. So yeah, go ahead and take inspiration from it. Go ahead and use it, outline it, go ahead and really just kind of make it your own. This is going to be the pricing page. The pricing page is going to include more information about our pricing, and then it's going to go ahead and render different values depending on which one is active. So yeah, that's that one. And then we're also going to have a fully functional contact form. So the contact form is pretty much going to capture the values and then send it to you. So you can go ahead and you can implement this into your own website as well as kind of really any other project you're working on. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say I've got 200 plus employees. I'm just going to say, hey, you can put anything else you like. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and click submit and then I get prompted with this message. And then I'm going to go ahead and show you in my Google account what the actual values are here. So contact form submission, this is what came from. This is the email if I want to go ahead and contact that user, as well as the phone number, country, all that kind of sort of information. So yeah, let's go ahead and actually one other thing I want to show you is that as always, all the websites are going to be mobile responsive. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe I'll put this in the middle here. You can go ahead and you can see it for yourself. Test it out on your mobile phone. But yeah, we're going to have a side menu. We're going to have a pricing page. Scroll like that. And then I'm also going to include our contact page as well. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and kind of build this thing out for the next couple hours and join along. Okay, so let's get this project started. So the first thing that we're going to want to go ahead and do is head to this website called ShadcnUI.com. This is going to be our Tailwind CSS as well as component library package kind of manager. So let's go ahead and go to documentation, installation, Next.js, and then this command line right here is what we're going to put into our VS Code terminal. So I'm going to open up my VS Code here and I'm going to click terminal at the top and I'm going to click new terminal. So this right here, I'm going to go ahead and move this to the side as well as this one to the other side so that we can better see. Alrighty, so I need to copy this command line. One thing that I want to change right here is when it's configuring or initializing this app, it says right here, my app. I want to go ahead and I want to change that to be something a bit different. So I'm going to copy the rest of the command but change that. So I'm going to npx create next app at latest, and then here I want to call it something different. So I'm going to call it Asana website works for me, and then I'm going to say TypeScript, Tailwind, and then I'm going to say ESLint. And then once I do that, I want to click enter, and then it's going to go ahead and configure all the packages for me. So click yes, or enter. Would you like to use a source directory? I want to say no. It is pre-configured, and all I'm doing here is I'm just clicking enter, 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 and now I have my package I have my project set up. So let's go ahead and let's just give it a second for this to load. Okay, so it looks like we're just about finished. Oh, and we are done. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go into this project and then I want to run this command line. So I'm going to I'm going to type in cd and then I'm going to say Asana website. Now I am inside of my Asana website directory and then I'm going to run this command line. So I'm going to say npx ShadcnUI at latest init. So I'm just going to click down on the drop down menu. If you didn't see that, click npm and then I'm going to paste. So Control V for me, and then yeah, paste the command line in there. And now I'm going to get prompted with a number of messages. So let's see what it says. So it's going to say, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, of course. So I'm going to click yes. I'm going to use the default style and I'm going to use Slate as well. I want a global CSS. Yes, yes, enter, 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 and then I'm actually not able to see this too well, but this question here is always just going to, you're pretty much just going to click enter through all of these, enter, and then yeah, so perfect. So now I'm able to actually go into this project. So let's close this terminal here and let's open it up. So let's go to open and then let's go ahead and find it. So we called it Asana website and perfect. So if you get to the stage right here and you have all of this configured, that means you've done everything correctly. If not, go ahead and just rewatch the video. But yeah, you should have all of these files and folders in your project. So perfect page, awesome. So let's go ahead and let's continue. So we can go ahead and we can actually close the ShadcnUI documentation for now because we're just not going to need it. So I'm going to full screen my code editor and I'm going to actually run this on my terminal. So again, at the very top here, I'm going to click new terminal and then I'm going to say npm run dev. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and let's open this up on localhost 3000. So I'm going to click Control S, or actually I have to open up, yeah, another browser. So then I'm going to click, or I'm going to type in localhost 3000. And now I'm going to see the default pages that ShadcnUI as well as Next.js have pre-configured. So this is all the styling was done by them. And the next thing I want to do is actually want to go ahead and I want to make this 50-50 so that we can kind of see what's going on. So I'm going to close this, make this much smaller, and then you guys can kind of see at the same time. Alrighty. So the next thing I want to do is I actually want to go ahead and I just want to delete all of this because I don't want this to be, we're not going to use any of this. So I'm just going to go all the way to my main. So if you can see that, I'm just taking my main tag right here and I'm going all the way down to my next main. I'm just going to say div, I'm just going to say hi. So now I'm being prompted with my hi, which is fantastic. So let's go ahead and let's go to the other kind of components of our folder. So let's go to our layout.tsx, and then what I want to do initially is I want to change the font. I think the font, for example, for the website that we're modeling, closely resembles this one that we have right here. So I'm going to go to, so instead of enter, I want to use something called outfit. So just right here where it says enter, we can just change this to outfit. And then we can go, instead of saying const enter, we should say const font. And then enter here should just be changed to outfit, the one that we have right here. Perfect. So the next thing I want to do is I want to change this class, instead of enter.classname, to be font.classname. And you won't be able to see the difference really, or if you do, it is negligible right now. But as we continue building out, you'll see that this font that I've used is actually pretty good for what we're looking to replicate. The next thing you can do if you want is you can go ahead, you can change this. So this information is what will appear at the top of your browser right here, where it says create next tab. We can go ahead, we can change it to Asana, for example, and then give it a second to load, and then it's going to render here Asana. So yeah, just a little additional feature if you want to go ahead and add in, but yeah, it's not too important. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to actually start building this thing out. Check out our global.css. Okay, cool. So we have everything set up right now. Now let's go back into ShadcnUI and let's actually install some of the components that we're going to need to make this thing possible. So back into my ShadcnUI, let's go to our components, and then we're going to go ahead and I'm actually just going to, give me one sec. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to download them all at once so that we don't have to continuously keep coming back. Or if we do, we can always do that. But I want to just show you kind of how this works and then how you can actually just kind of, you can really just get your projects out faster using ShadcnUI. So give me one sec. So we're obviously going to need a button to start. So let's go ahead into our, actually we're going to need an accordion. It's the first one. So let's go ahead and do that. So npx ShadcnUI at latest. Again, I'm using npm. You can use whatever you'd like. And I'm going to go into my terminal. I'm just going to run this command so that you guys can see. Cool. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get my accordion in, as well as it's going to just install right away. Cool. So it says done. And now how this works is it's going to display here in my accordion folder. So this code right here is all written by ShadcnUI, and it's completely free to use, and we can go ahead and you can use it, or we can install it. And we're going to go ahead and change this actually a bit later on in the project, but for the most part, a lot of the code here is really written perfectly, and it's going to be really helpful for us going forward. So we're going to add the accordion, and then the next thing I want to do is I want to add a button. So I want to go into the same thing where it says this installation, where it says CLI. I'm going to go ahead and click npm, and then I'm going to again make it so that you guys can see. Cool, so I'm going to say add button, and now you're going to see it in my folder. I'm going to have an accordion and now a button, again, all written by ShadcnUI, completely at our disposal. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's actually just continue adding these in, because we're going to need a number of them later. So let's go into we're going to need an input for sure when we're building our form. But yeah, let's go ahead, run the command again, and I'll make this smaller so you guys can see it. I'm going to be adding in my button now. And yeah, I mean, for right now, I think that works. We'll continuously add them as we go, but I just really want to show you how it works. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go to my page.tsx, and I actually just want to show you how the button works. So if I do button, it's going to kind of give me an autofill here. So I'm importing my button from @/components/UI/button. So make sure you have that, or else it won't be visible for you to see. But here is my button now. It doesn't do anything, but the styling and kind of properties have all been written by ShadcnUI, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to change it to be a bit different a bit later. But yeah, make sure you've gotten up until this point, because if you haven't, it's going to be really difficult to follow along. So just make sure you have @/components @UI or /UI/button. Okay, cool. So we can go ahead and we can actually add in a number of other features. So let's start off by building out our navbar, because we're going to need a navbar, of course. So yeah, so let's start by building out this part right here. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is actually, we're going back into ShadcnUI again. We're going to go ahead and we're going to add a navigation menu. So this right here is again all written by ShadcnUI, and it's free to use, so let's use it. So let's go back into our terminal, and let's add our navigation menu. Cool. So now we've got our navigation menu. We can go ahead and we can apply it to this. So let's change up the folder structure a bit actually right now, because I think we should make it as concise as possible. And we can start by doing that by immediately removing, let's remove this page.tsx. So we can go ahead and delete this page.tsx, because we want to use a more modern approach to naming conventions, and your project is going to immediately crash had you had been running it, which is completely fine, so don't worry about that. And let's go ahead and create a new folder called bracket landing page. Okay, cool. So you're probably wondering, what is this, right? And it's a fair question, because this is not typically something that, I mean, it is a much more modern approach, and it's not really seen as much as common, but this is pretty much going to say that this is going to be the root folder of our project. And then once I go ahead and I say page.tsx, and then I run this command called sfc, which is a stateless function component, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call this landing page div, and then I'm going to say hi. So I'll quickly, and then boom, you're going to see it. So we're right back to where we were. All we did is we kind of structured our files to indicate that each folder is going to be its own page. So going forward, we're now going to be using a naming convention where in our app, if I want to go ahead and I want to create a new page, I'm just going to go ahead into my, using the app Next.js router, it's going to create a new page based on this file naming convention. So if I go ahead and I click page.tsx, you're going to see that if I go to /contact now, or I shouldn't have done that, but if I go into my localhost and now I do contact, you're going to see that there is no component called in this page. So let's go ahead and let's do that again. So sfc, and let's just call this contact page. And then let's do div, and let's just say, hi, this is a contact page. And perfect, you're going to see the text right here. So the reason behind this is it's going to be a lot more efficient going forward to have each of our pages have their own specific content. Of course, we're going to have global variables and components, like as you've seen here. But at the end of the day, I want my pages to all be different from one another, because we're going to have a navbar, but the navbar is going to change, or it's going to have different properties depending on what page we're on. And so that's really why I kind of want to emphasize folder structure importance, and kind of really get it out the way now, as well as going forward. It's going to make a lot more sense just using kind of the projects. So let's go ahead. I hope that made a lot of sense. If not, I can maybe do a better video on it, going forward, but I think it kind of really emphasizes the point of having each page be its own folder. I think that's kind of really, to summarize what I was trying to say there. So in our landing page, we can go ahead and we can create some components. So let's go into our landing page and let's create a new folder and let's call it our Navbar. Then in our Navbar, I want to go ahead and I want to create a page.tsx. Then in my Navbar, I want to go ahead and I want to create a components folder. So I'm going to use underscore components, and then I'm going to say new file, and then I'm going to say buttons.tsx, and then I'm going to also create another file called logo.tsx, as well as a third file, which is going to be called menu.tsx. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's continue building this out. So into our page.tsx, yes. So our page or our navbar is going to really just be a combination of the ShadcnUI as well as some custom properties. So give me 1 second to pull that up. But yeah, essentially we are going to go ahead and let's actually start with the logo because why not? It's the easiest, right? So let's do our logo and then let's do SFC, which is a stateless serverless function. So we can go ahead and we can say const logo, and then we can say div, and then we can say hi for now. And let's quickly rewind to these, like the hotkeys that I'm using. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you how I got those installed. So you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna go to ES7 React Redux React snippets. So go ahead and install this. It's going to pretty much give out like a list of different functions that you can just type, and then a function will kind of be built upon that. So this is the entire list right here that you can go ahead and you can use. But yeah, it would be a huge help for you going forward just to have these hotkeys because the syntax is just faster and it's just easier to get out the way. So yeah, make sure you have that installed because we're going to be using that throughout the rest of the project. I'm going to go back. I'm going to open up my VS Code. Give me a sec here. And I'm going to go into website. Okay, cool. So I just had it moving. But yeah, so let's go ahead and let's go to, so we should, yeah, so let's do a breakdown of how this website looks. So on our left-hand side here, we have our logo, and then we have our menu here, and as well as like different buttons that we can click. So that's how we should kind of model or kind of think about building this website. And that's the reason why I went ahead and I kept it so that each of these components have their own file. So let's go to our const, and we can actually remove this, and we can just change this to a link, and then our link is going to be imported from next link. So make sure you have that, and then we're going to close this link here. And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to indicate where this link is going. So this is a must-have property built in naturally. So our link, whenever we click on our logo, it's going to, I'm going to go back to our project so we can see it. And I'm also going to click off the contact page. So I'm just going to go back to where it says hi. But essentially, the way I want this to work is whenever somebody clicks on our logo, I want to just redirect to the main page, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. So let's go ahead and let's do our image. So we're going to be using the next image as well. So let's do src. We can say alt equals, you don't have to put brackets around it if you don't want to. I personally don't like it, so I'm going to remove it. But yeah, so let's go ahead and we need to have a width. So a width of, let's just say 80. We don't want it to be too big. And then for a height, let's also put 80. And then the class name of also margin right of 6. Okay, cool. So that's our class name, and then we have to close this image. So, okay, so this is our logo. It encapsulates everything that we're going to be needing in this file, except for right here where it says source. We don't actually have a logo because I'll do a better example right now of how we actually add logos to our project. So I'm going to go into my page.tsx. So inside, so just make sure that you are inside app brackets landing page, page.tsx, and go ahead and import your actual logo. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to call this function, I'm going to call logo, and then I'm going to say logo. So you're going to see that we're going to get prompted with this image because it doesn't exist, right? We don't actually have anywhere in our folder structure where we have configured a logo. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show you how you can go and you can add like images and stuff like that. So let's go down to our public and let's go ahead and create a new folder called images. And then the next thing that I want to do is I actually just want to go ahead and import our logo. So I'm going to go ahead and create another folder called logo just to better differentiate. And then from there, I can go ahead and I'm going to actually just import a, so make sure that when we can delete this actually, our images are in a new folder called logo. So yeah, I wasn't sure if I had that before or not. But the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually copy and paste a number of logos into my project from the existing code. So if you want to go ahead and check out the GitHub, I'll have all the logos there as well. But yeah, essentially just to speed up some time, I went ahead and I just had them pre-existing. If not, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and show you how I got these logos. So I'm going to go to this website called LogoIpsum.com. This is a completely free website for people to use, grab inspiration from. So all I did really is I just downloaded one of these and then I just imported it into my project. And so we're gonna go ahead and we're actually gonna be using pretty much all of these. So feel free to really download all of them as you see fit because we have a lot of logos in our project. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So head to this website. I'll put a link in the description down below for you to grab it. It's pretty much just logoipsum.com. But yeah, just to save us time, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to actually just import the logos. So I'm gonna delete this and then I'm just gonna import here. Images, logo, and then you're going to have the SVG for every single file, which is perfect. Now, let's go ahead and let's continue. So let's go back into our Navbar, into our logo, and let's actually point to a logo in our, now that is in our file. So we can say images, we're gonna need slash images, /logo, we can call it logo1, and then it's not .png, it's .svg. And now let's go back into our project. So let's go back to Asana, and perfect. So you now see that we have a logo here. So if not, make sure you pause the video and kind of really try to get this part done because we're going to be using a lot of the same kind of methods going forward. But yeah, all I did there was I created a folder called images. I created a folder called logo, and I just imported all of the logos that I downloaded from this website here. Okay, perfect. So we now have our logo, and it is actually kind of big. I have my own personal custom logo for this website or this channel, so I'm gonna go ahead and use that. If you don't have one, that's fine. Just use any of the ones that I provided in our kind of repository here. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna add a logo. Just give me one quick second here. Cool, so this one's called, and this is going to be my logo I'm going to use, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back into my logo, and instead of logo 1, I want to call it, I think it was called bird logo.png, and now I have my own very own logo here for the channel. So perfect, yeah, so use any logo that you want, try to get it to be similar size as it's going to be important going forward, but yeah, any logo will work. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's continue. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to build out our menu, right? Because we're going to have a number of different like options, of course, going through here. Let me go ahead and I want to kind of show you how these all work. So let's go ahead and let's go back to our website and let's add in our logos. So let's go to, or not our logos, I should say, sorry, our menu. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go to Asana, ShadcnUI, sorry, and I just want to copy and paste all of this code right here. So this code right here is given to us essentially, and actually we can take it a step further. We can go here instead. So head to ShadcnUI, head to the navigation menu, and go ahead and copy and paste all of this code right here. It's going to save us so much time in the future, and yeah, it's already there for us, right? So why not just use it? So immediately you're going to be prompted with some errors, but that's okay because it's fine. All this one is indicating is that we don't have icons, which is fine. So that's no big deal. So we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna remove the icons, and then it's also going to tell us where the icons are located. So head down to line 70 where it says icons.logo, and we can go ahead and we can just remove that. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to see this. I want to visualize what's going on. So I'm going to go back into my navbar page.tsx, and I want to call this file. So this is where I want my logo and everything else to be displayed. So I want to go ahead and I want to say sfc. I'm going to call this one navbar, and then I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say logo from components from dot slash underscore components slash logo. That's correct. And then I want to go ahead and I want to import our navigation menu. So our navigation menu, let's go back to our menu. It is being export defaulted as a navigation menu demo, which is fine. But I don't really want to call it a demo because it's not a demo, it's a menu bar. So let's call it menu bar. And then let's go ahead and let's import this function. So back to our page.tsx, we can go ahead and we can import that. So let's go slash navigation menu and then bar. So from the same level of the folder, you're going to see a navigation menu bar. Let's go ahead and let's run our project just to make sure that we have everything working correctly. So npm run dev, and then let's see. So this happens all the time with Next.js. Is your I guess you could say your server will just kind of like crash, but that's completely fine because it's totally natural. So let's just see what we got now. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I actually know what this issue is. So the reason why we're not actually seeing this is this navbar is not actually being called anywhere. We have a page.tsx page, which is fine, but we don't actually, like, we're not using our navbar anywhere. So what I want to do is I want to take the logic behind this like landing page and I want to change it to be a navbar. So inside our navbar, I want to go ahead and I want to call like our navigation menu, and then I want to call the navbar to the page.tsx. So in our landing page, it doesn't, we shouldn't render every single component to each page. We should have sort of like a main page, and then underneath we should have like umbrellas. So if we go ahead and I can kind of, to better conceptualize this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to import my navbar. Now I don't want my logo either, but perfect. So you see now that we have our logo and we have our navbar. And the reason behind that is once we go into our navbar, we see that we have our logos and we're importing our menu bar. So I think that's the right way to go about it, is because, again, like I said, like you don't want to overload certain pages with components. You want to keep it as like organized as possible. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's style this now because I want this to go across. So I want to say div, I want to say class name, and I want to say flex. And then I want to say that I want the width to be 2/3. And then I want to say on medium-sized screens, I want the width to be half. So perfect. So you're able to see, you're able to see now that this is how it works, which is fine. So the next part of this is we're going to go ahead and we can go ahead and continue styling this. So let's create a div at the top here. And let's go ahead and close the div. And let's go ahead and what I meant to say, let's go ahead and let's create the remaining buttons, because we have a login, get started, and so on and so forth buttons to build. So let's go ahead and do that. The next thing I want to do is I want to go into my buttons and I want to create this component. So this button is going to include a number of different features, but it's going to be important for us to have the ability to open on a mobile and so on and so forth. So let's do SFC. Let's call it action buttons, right? Because there's going to be actions related to whenever we click on these buttons. And then let's do our div right there. So if we just say hi, and then not in our page.tsx, but in our navbar, we can actually go ahead and we can just rename this, because why not? It's getting a little confusing. So let's just do navbar.tsx. It's going to say update the imports. Let's just say yes. And then, yeah, so in our navbar, let's go ahead and let's import our action buttons. So action buttons from the same level. So our action buttons are right here. And then we have our hi. So let's click into action buttons. And then let's go ahead and let's start building this thing out. The next thing, to build this thing out, the next thing we're going to need is we're going to need our ShadcnUI. So we're going to need a sheet component. So whenever we click on it or something, we want this effect to happen. So let's go ahead and add the sheet. let's go down to our terminal. I'm going to make this a bit bigger so you guys can see. And I'm going to say npx ShadcnUI at latest add sheet. Cool. So this is going to go ahead and install the sheet, and then we can go ahead and start building from there. So let's go, and we can actually go ahead, and while we're on this page, we can go ahead and we can just import all of these like from our sheet provider. So sorry about that, but here in our sheet, we have a number of different classes that we can call, and then we're going to go ahead and, or props I should say, and we're going to go ahead and add it to our navbar. So make sure you're back in your action buttons, go to the very top, you can enter a bunch of times, and then we can go ahead and we can say this right here. So it's going to be grayed out because we're not using it, which is fine. Next thing I want to do is I want to import buttons because we're going to have some, these are obviously going to be buttons. So I'm going to say import button from @/components @UI button. That's perfect right there. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to start using some icons here. So I want to go ahead and I want to install a package called npmi react icons. This is going to be important for us going forward because these are going to be, this is going to be the icon package that we're going to be using. So I want to go ahead and I want to just import some icons right away so that we can use them. So I'm going to say import, and I want to say align, justify from Lucid React. And if you're wondering how I'm getting these autofills, the reason behind that is I'm using something called GitHub Copilot. It is an extension that you can go ahead and install as a programmer. It is going to make your life so much easier, and I cannot recommend this more than possibly enough. So it's like, I believe it's like $10 a month now, maybe 15, but make sure you have this because it's just going to speed up development so many times. It's unbelievable. I also want to go ahead and I want to include more, so align, justify, and I also want to include globe as well. The next thing I want to do is I want to import a link from next link. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's actually start using this now. So we can go ahead and same as what we did for the navbar, we can go ahead and we can just copy the sheet here. So let's go ahead into our buttons and let's say sheet. So all I did there is I just copied and pasted all of this code that was right here. So underneath the usage in the second kind of box, I went ahead and I just copied it and then I pasted it. So let's go ahead and view what's going on, and then we can go and we can continue. So site has not been reached. Okay, that's fine. I was not running the project. Let's give it a second to load here. Cool. So it's saying open. So when I click open, we have that action, which is perfect because on our actual website, when we are on, go ahead, I'm going to pull it open just so that we can see it. So yeah, so pretty much what we're doing is we're recreating this feature right here, where when we click on it, it opens. So let's continue from there. I'm going to go back to this. Cool. Let's go back to our buttons. All right, awesome. So I have everything there that I need, and let's start styling this thing. So the first thing I want to do is instead of open, I want to just use the align justify. Open doesn't really make any sense, right? We want to use something like this. That's fine. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead into our sheet header, and then I want to change the description, or we don't actually need a title, right? The title refers to this component right here, and we don't need that. So we can go ahead and we can just completely delete the title from there. And then in the sheet description, I want to go ahead and I want to apply some styling. So underneath, we can go ahead and just delete this text for now. We can say div, we can do class name, we can say flex call, space, y, 4, items, start, width, full, text, LG, and then text black. It does it by default, but if you want to have it be a certain color, you can go ahead and you can change that. So I want the margin top to be 10 as well. And then I want to start adding in some links. So I want to say link href, and then I want to say, I don't want to pass href necessarily. I want to just do, I guess we could just pass href, it's fine. And then I want to close the link. So what I'm creating here is our pages. So I should say our options in our menu on the side. So now what's going to happen is when I click this, I'm going to have a sign-in option. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm just going to copy and paste this like 4 other times so that we have 3, 4, so we just have a number, and then we can just change the text on each of them. So we have a sign-in, believe we had like a get started, and then we also had a contact page, or a pricing page I should say. And this will just refer to any of the pages that you go ahead and make in your own project. Features, and then let's go ahead and let's do a contact as well. And then let's do one more, and let's call it, maybe we call it like about. Yeah, let's do about. Let's see what we had here. Okay, yeah, we had about. Or what did we have? We had, okay, yeah, so we have an about. So we have all of the options here that we configured. And then later we're going to go ahead and we're going to actually point to specific pages. We could actually go ahead and do it now just so that you could see. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, inside of my contact page, or link I should say, I want to just immediately go to my contact. So I have this open, and I click contact. Remember how we made a contact page in the very beginning with this, without the brackets? Because now this is referring to the content that we have. So we have this function inside of this page, inside of the folder called contact, and now we're pointing to that folder. So yeah, so that's just kind of like an intro to what we're going to be doing later, or how we're going to be having everything kind of set up. So yeah, that's really it. Let's go back to our sheet or our buttons. Not here, go into our landing page, into our navbar, into our components, into our buttons. And then now we have that. So, and we want to go ahead and we want to apply some more styling, because we want it to have, essentially, we want more options to be displayed. I'm going to go, so here you can kind of better see it. Here we have a number of, like, we have this globe, and then we also have this contact sales page that are not originally visible, or we make the menu disappear, as well as these buttons. So let's go ahead and let's add that styling in. We will also, we'll work on styling in a bit. Just give me a sec. So buttons, oh, I did not mean to do that. Give me 1 sec. I'm opening this up here. Let's go to, sorry about that. And I want to add this here. Cool. So underneath our div, where we have our sheet here, I want to go ahead and I want to open up a new div essentially. So I want to say div, and I want to say class name, and I want to say hidden. Actually, we're getting an error. I know what this error is. We'll just quickly resolve it. Essentially, you can't have a div underneath the main div, so we have to go ahead and we have to just add a div to the top. So let's add a div, and then let's take that div, and then let's go all the way to the bottom and close it. Right here. The next thing I want to do is I want to just add some styling. So let's do div class name. I want to say on a medium size screen, it will be hidden. Right, because we're not going to have, it wouldn't make sense to have a sheet navigator on a side. Like, we only want this to appear on mobile. So all I did is I just made it hidden. Cool, so let's continue. So underneath here, now we can go ahead and we can add in some more divs. So let's say div, let's do div class name. We'll say it's originally supposed to be hidden on a small screen, but then when we get to a bigger screen, we want it to appear. So then I want to say space x4, and then I want to say, inside of here, I also want to say items center. The next thing I want to do is I want to add another div, and I want to say class name. I want to say border R, border to be black, and then I also want to say div. I want to say class name. I want to add a margin right of 4, and then underneath I want to say globe, and then I want to apply some styling to that. This globe right here was what we imported originally at the top from Lucid React. So let's do globe. We're going to say a height of 6, a width of 6, and then we're going to say text gray 700, and then I'm going to say, let's see what that looks like. Okay, cool. So we have what we need, and let's just continue. So underneath this div right here, where it says margin right 4, I want to go ahead and I want to, start applying some links. So we can go ahead and say, actually outside of this border, I should say, we make sure you are, where whenever you click on a div, it will hover. So make sure outside that div, you go ahead and you add a link. So I'm going to say a link, and I'm going to say href, and I'm going to refer to this. So I'm going to contact sales, and I'm going to say, should not have happened there. Link, and then inside my contact sales, again, I'm just going to point to the file or the folder or the page, I should say, called contact. Cool. And then the next thing I want to do is underneath this one, I want to say button. Again, this button, the reason behind why it's green is because it's being imported from ShadcnUI, like this file here. So make sure you have uppercase B, and then we'll do a class name text MD, and then I'm also going to apply a variant. So variant, and then I want to say ghost because I don't want it to have any background color. So ghost. And then from there, I want to close the button, and then I'm going to add some text. So I'm going to say sign in. And then I can go ahead and I can just copy and paste the button right here. So I can just do this, and I can just change this to, I think maybe get started. Yeah, get started would work. The next thing I want to do is I want to change the class name to BG, I could just change it to BG black, and then it will work. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to change, I don't want to have a variant here, I just want to have text. Oh, and just make sure we're still inside the class name here. We'll do text MD rounded SM. Cool, so that's what it looks like. We have our button, we have our sign in, and now let's make it level with the rest of the Navbar component, right? So let's go ahead and let's do that. The way we're going to do that is we're going to go back into our Navbar and this file right here, and we're going to apply some styling. So outside of our return here, we can go ahead and we can say const navbar classes equals, this is the backtick right here. This is not a regular quotation mark. This is the one that is found, like for me, it's above my tab button, like on my Mac, but I'm not sure where it is for you, but make sure you're not using your regular quotation mark, you're using a tab. So then I want to say flex, I want to do say items center, I want to say justify center, I want to say space x10, I want to say BG, and we're going to go ahead and use a custom color code here. So make sure you have BG dash bracket number sign capital E 5 E 4 E2, and we're going to go ahead and close that. I'm going to say on a medium screen, I want the padding on the x-axis to be 10, so medium px 10. I want to say sticky, so I want this to be, I want the navbar to follow along as users scroll, so top 0, z-50, and then I want to go ahead and I want to introduce, we can introduce that styling later, but I'll show you, for right now this works perfectly. So if you have this, that's perfect. So the next thing I want to do is I actually want to import the navbar classes into our class. So I want to say navbar class name, and it's not going to be a quotation mark, it's going to refer to this function right here. And voila, perfect. So this works. I know it's not perfect right now, but going forward, we're going to go ahead and make it some differences to make this appear a little bit better. But you should now have a navbar that when you hover over like the getting started and the components options, that you have some more stuff, as well as you have the contact sales. And then let's just compare a little side-by-side comparison for right now. Let's see. So yeah, you have that, and then going forward we have that. So that looks pretty good to me for right now. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's continue building from then. I might have actually just accidentally closed my thing. That's fine. I'll just open it back up. Okay, cool. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to get rid of this. I don't like how these are white, so we can go ahead and we can do that in our menu. So let's go to our menus, and then let's change that. I'll show you how to change that color right there. So in our navigation menu, we have to click into our navigation menu, and then we have to go to where it says where our getting started is indicated. Let's go ahead and not the trigger, but the menu item. It's going to open up a little menu for us, and then we can go ahead and we can simply say that we do not want to have a background color. So I'll click into navigation menu. If it will let me, it won't let me. Okay, that's fine. So let's just click into navigation menu. Okay, now it has. So all we have to do here is where it says group inline flex H10, this one right here. So line 43 or 44, I should say, where it says BG background. Let's just go ahead and let's just remove that. and now you're going to see that it went away. It's only apparent when we are hovering over, which is fine. I personally like that effect. If you want to go ahead and you can remove that, I mean, it'll be in the same, I mean, I have it here, so it's fine. We should just keep it, but you can go ahead and you can find wherever the hover is. So BG accent maybe, try removing that, and then it'll go ahead and remove that. But for our project, we just wanted to have, we don't want it to be seen unless it's being hovered over, which is fine. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to make this text a bit bigger, because to me it just seems a little too small. So I wanted to make this pop a little bit. So let's go back into our thing where it says, let's go back into where our buttons is. Let's go to where we have our, give me a second, our button, our menu here, where it says menu trigger. So we can go ahead and we can click on that. So all I'm doing here is I'm clicking command and then I'm just clicking on it. And then once it pops up this menu, I'm clicking on navigation menu and then it's redirecting me directly to. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to find the font size. So it looks like same line, 44. We can go ahead where it says text SM. I want to go ahead and I want to make it MD. So let's go ahead MD and let's see what that looks like. So perfect. So that it just made it a little bit bigger. You can go ahead, you can change it to LG if you want. It really is up to you. LG, XL, those are all good to go. But yeah, that would be LG. But I like the medium, so I'm gonna keep that medium. And then yeah, perfect. So I have my medium, and now I have everything that makes sense to me. Cool. So that is the Navbar component. We've just gone ahead and completed it. It's going to be super useful for us going forward. I mean, there's some text and stuff that we have to change, but for right now, that is going to be a reusable component that we can go ahead and we can add into a number of other pages going forward. So good job if you got to this point so far. If not, just feel free to take your time, go slower, it's fine. This code, again, is all posted on GitHub for free, so you can go ahead and you can use it whenever you'd like. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's continue building out this sidebar, or the navbar, I should say, and we're gonna go ahead and apply some properties. So as of right now, it is not mobile responsive. As you can see, it kind of looks like crammed. So let's go ahead into our menu.tsx, and then where it says navigation menu list, so line 59 for me, let's go ahead and let's say hidden, because we want it to be hidden on a small. But then if it's a medium-sized screen, let's say MD flex, and then we can go ahead and say MD space X4. So you're going to see now, once I refresh this, that the menu is going to go away, and that's perfect. And then we're also going to have our sidebar, or our side menu, I should say. So yeah, that's perfect. And then one other thing I want to add to the navigation menu is a little class name, a little change. So I want to go back to the navbar, and I want to add something to this navbar component. So make sure you're back in navbar.tsx, which is an app bracket landing page, navbar folder, and then navbar.tsx. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to apply a styling that you really won't be able to see right now, actually, unless we go ahead and build out another section. But essentially what I want to happen is when someone scrolls, you'll see it, I want a little hover effect to come into play. So you see how it goes away, but then as soon as you scroll more than 1 pixel, it becomes apparent. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add that now so that we can kind of see what it will look like. So that's okay. So inside of our navbar, I want to go ahead and I want to create a state. So I want to say const, I want to say has scrolled, comma, and then I want to say set has scrolled. And I don't want to use react.useState, I just want to use useState. So when we're using useState, we have to import it. So we have to say import. We're going to say, we can just do react, and then we can also say use effect as well as use state. Cool. So we have that there, and now we can go ahead and we can say when we're using Next.13, it's going to say you're importing a component that uses a use state. So that means it must have a use client. So at the very top of our function, or our folder, or our file, I should say, I'm going to go ahead and I want to say use client like this, and now you're going to see the error is going to go away. Okay, cool. So now that we want to do that, we want to create a use effect. So we want to say use effect. We want to say that, and we want to say const. We want to handle the scroll. So we want to say scroll. We want to make it equal, and then we want to say if the window dot scroll y is greater than 0, I want to say the set has scrolled to true, which is correct. And then I want to say else has scrolled set to false. And then I want to close this function like that. Cool. And the next thing I want to do is I want to say window dot event listener, or add event listener, sorry, scroll. And then I want to pass in the handle scroll function. And then I want it to return a remove event listener. And then that from there is going to go ahead and, that's going to be our use effect. So that right there is that. And now I want to go ahead and I want to go back into this property here where it says Z50. I want to pass in the has scrolled. So we do that by passing in a $sign head. So you say that, and then we say has scrolled. And then I want to also add in a question mark. So question mark, I'm going to say shadow SM. So if the person has scrolled like is equal to true, I want to say shadow SM. And then if not, I want to say shadow. You can say shadow none, or you could just leave it to that. It's fine. So again, we won't be able to see it now because we don't have anything else to scroll, but you'll see it later on that this is going to have a little effect, which is nice. Okay, cool. So I think with that being said, I think that kind of concludes our navbar. We're gonna go ahead and of course add things as stuff changes, but for right now that's everything. Okay, so that takes us to building out our hero section now of our component, which is going to be this right here, and I'm going to show you how to build that now. So back in our landing page, so and then into our folder where it says landing page, I want to go ahead and I want to create a folder, and I want to call it first section. You can name this whatever you like. I like to keep mine as simple as possible, just so that I have an idea of what each thing is referring to. So in there, I want to go ahead and I want to say SFC. I want to say first section. Okay, cool. So immediately at the very top of this function, I want to go ahead and I want to say import React from React. I want to import a link because we're going to be redirecting here. Import link from next link. Import the image from next image as well. And then we can go ahead and we can leave that for right now. So let's go ahead and instead of a div, let's call this a section to be as concise as possible. Section. And then inside of our section, I want to go ahead and I want to apply the same background I had in my navbar. So I want this kind of that styling. So I want to say class name. I want to give it a padding Y of 20 if it's a medium screen. If not, I just want to do 10. I want to space everything out by 10, and then I want to say BG, and then I want to go ahead and we can go ahead and just copy and paste what we had for our hex code. So wherever it's right here, yeah. So we can go ahead and we can take this, go back into our first section, and then we can just say that. Okay, cool. So that concludes that, and now let's go ahead and let's add some more styling. So here we're gonna have a div, and then in this div we're gonna have a class name. We're gonna call it container. We're going to say MX auto, and then we're gonna say text center, as well as on a medium screen or like a desktop. You should think of it as I want to go ahead and I want to apply some styling. So I really want this to take up 1/2 of the screen, so half, and then it's going to essentialize it. Okay, cool. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say text 6XL. I'm going to say flex, justify, center. I'm going to do on a medium screen. I want to say actually we could just leave that there, and then we can say MD PX 20. If not, padding bottom just 10. And then I want to say the best platform for cross-functional work. I think that really illustrates everything that we need to say. And let's go ahead and let's actually, to conceptualize this a bit better, let's go ahead and let's actually import this function. So again, so into our app, brackets landing page page.tsx, I want to go ahead and I want to import this. So I want to say import first section, and it's going to be imported like this. So we're going to remove the logo because we don't need it. But we have our first section from /first section .page. Okay, cool. And we have our text right away in the middle, which is perfect. And let's go back. We can go ahead and just click back into it as well. So underneath this one, I want to go ahead and I want to say I want to put like a p tag. So this is like to indicate that this is this text that is going to go underneath. Class name text LG. I want to say MD. If it's a medium screen, I want the text to be a bit bigger. I say margin bottom just 10, and then I want to close that there. And then I say go ahead, we can just copy and paste whatever we have here just to speed things up a bit. So we can just say this. Okay, cool. So let's see what that looks like. Should look the exact same. And it does. That's perfect. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and start adding in the get started buttons, the buttons underneath right here. So we go ahead and we can do that. So we can say underneath this p tag, I should say we should go div, class name, flex. I want them to be like on the x-axis, like side by side. I want to have a space between them. Justify center, and then I want to have a button tag. So we're not using ShadcnUI here because this button actually does not do anything as of right now, but we can make it go ahead and do something later on. But for right now, we'll just use this standard React button tag. So we can say BG black, we can make the text white, and then we can say PX6 on the x-axis, and then I want to PY3 rounded as sem, and then let's go ahead and close this button, and then let's say get started. Okay, cool. So let's just check out how this looks like, and that looks good to me. And then we can go ahead and we can just say underneath this one, we can go ahead and we can put a link. So we can say link, and we can say href. We don't have a docs one, we have a contact one, so we can say contact. So there's no difference between this and this right here. You can just make it contact. That will work the same. All we have to do is close it. But yeah, then we can go ahead and we can include a button. So we can just take this button, and we're just gonna have to change the color a bit, but that's fine. So instead of get started, let's see how it works. And the reason why I'm wrapping this button in a link is we could have really just passed in an href to this link, but it's fine either way. It doesn't necessarily make a difference, and all we have to do is just change this background color. So background black to 500. So anytime someone clicks on this button, we're going to get redirected to our contact page. And again, this contact page was made earlier by kind of illustrating or demonstrating here that we have a folder called contact with page.tsx with its own kind of function there. So let's go ahead and let's go back. And all right, so that right there is, looks perfect to me. Looks very similar to what we want to build. Yeah, so it looks good. So let's go ahead and let's continue. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to add in some framer motion stuff, as well as like the actual images that we're going to be using. So when I reload this page here, you're going to see that we have kind of these kind of images like shoot up, which I think is a super nice effect, and we can always change how they look or what they're going to do. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's do that. So now what I want to do is I want to add a new terminal. All right, just click that plus sign. So if you didn't get this chance to see that, all I did is I went down to the terminal. I think it was like down like this. Click this, click the plus sign. I'm going to say npm framer motion. Okay, cool. So framer motion is going to be the package that's going to have all the modules that we're going to need to go ahead and really build this thing out with all the different animations that we want. So let's go ahead and let's continue building from there. So we'll say div, and then we can go ahead and just put it down, move it down a bit. Div class name, I'm going to say medium-10, or medium, I should say pt-10, sorry about that. Item center, space y-10, you say md, I want it to be a flex, but if it's not a medium-sized screen, I want it to be a flex call, and so that happens naturally within Tailwind CSS. Like it's pre-configured that way, so that's why we don't have to identify that this is going to be a flex call, which is going to be, of course, vertical. So justify center, I'm going to say mx auto, I'm going to say md space x-10, and then here's where I want to go ahead and import my framer motion stuff. So I want to go down to here and I want to say import, it's going to be framer, or not framer, sorry, it's going to be import motion from framer dash motion. So make sure you have this because this is going to be what we're going to use to add in the effects. So let's go to this and let's say motion.div. Let's close the div right away so that we don't have an error. And then inside of our motion.div, I want to apply some styling. So I want to say initially I want it to be set on the y-axis. So do equals dash or curly bracket y dash 100. Then I want to say opacity is going to be equal to 0. And then underneath, when we animate, I want it to be the opposite. So I want the animation to kind of push the image up. So now what I have to do is I have to add an image in between the motion.div. So I want it to refer specifically to this image. And I want to say, I can also actually go ahead and add a class name, which is fine. So let's add a class name. We'll say px-10. I'll say md px-0. And then I want to add my image. So I'm going to do import, I'm going to say image. I'll make sure it's capital letters. I'm going to say it's saying source images illustration 1.svg. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put that there because we don't have any other images right now. We're going to need an alt tag, so we can just say illustration. And then we're also going to need a width and a height. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and let's close that up and let's see what we got. So I'm going to go back to my localhost on 3000. It's going to say, what's it saying React is not a function. Let's go ahead and try to debug this as quickly as we can. Error. So maybe what I'll do in this case is I'm just going to shut down my terminal because I think that's probably going to be a little bit of caching here. I'm going to say npm run dev. I'm going to go ahead and reload this. Let's see what we got. It's loading for me. Let's see. Okay, so we are going to get the same error. So let's try to figure this out. Framer motion. It looks like we might have to install a number of other packages. So let's go check out Framer motion. npm Framer motion. I'm just making sure that I actually use the right thing. Let's go ahead and add another terminal. Let's close this one. And let's do Framer motion. Let's try this again. npm run dev. I'm gonna go ahead and just close this. Let's see what we got. Localhost 3000. Okay, so I'm getting the same error right now. I'm gonna go ahead and try to figure out what this is. Just give me 1 sec. Hey guys, yeah. Okay, so sorry about that. That was a very simple error. It was just a mistake on my end. But of course, like as I'm learning, like this is a learning process for me as well. So what I forgot to do is essentially whenever we're using Framer motion, this was the error that we just previously had. We have to make sure to say use client at the very top. So let's say use client, and now you're going to see that the error is going to go away, and you're going to have an image. And obviously this image doesn't exist right now because again, we don't have an image pointing to that specific, file. Like, we don't have, like, this source is not actually going anywhere. So I went ahead and I just, using the Asana website, I went ahead and I just downloaded a number of these images and I just added them into my project. So if you guys want to check out the GitHub down below, that is where I'm going to have all of the images just to save us time so that we don't have to keep going back and forth. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to import those images now. So into my images folder, I'm going to just copy all of these in. So I'm just going to say this, and then wherever my images are, I'm going to pass them. So a folder, so I'm just going to replace that, yeah. So now I have, I shouldn't have a first section here. Let me just, what's this? This is going to close this here. We don't need that. So I just need my first section, and then I just need my images here. So all I did there is I just imported my images to this specific file. So now when I go back to my first section and I say images, instead of illustration.1, I need it to actually point to something. So I'm going to say tab 1, and it is a WebP file. So let's see. Okay, cool. So I have my images there. I hope that wasn't too complicated for you guys. All I did there was I just added a use client to the top of this file, and then I pointed where I downloaded any images from the Asana website. Again, you can go ahead, you can use your own if you have. It can be a video, it can be anything really. And all I did is I just pointed this tag specifically to here. So I have that there now. All right, now if I'm not mistaken, the animation actually should work. So let's go ahead. And it does, yeah, so it's really fast, it shoots up, kind of nice. I really like that. We can go ahead and we can just actually replicate that 3 more times because we're going to have 2 other, not 3 more times, 2 more times I should say. So this, didn't mean to do that. Say this, motion.div, and then motion.div as well. Okay, cool. So I have my images, shooting up from the top, or from the bottom, I should say. And I want to go ahead and I want to change each image to be its own, kind of have its own illustration. So tab 1, I'm going to change this to tab 2, and then I'm going to say, whatever. Oh, this one, the middle one should be tab 2, sorry, and then the last one should be tab 3. Okay, cool. So let's see what we got going on here now. How does this look? Alrighty. Okay, perfect. That looks really good to me. That's the exact same effect that we were able to replicate in our project, or in the published one, I should say. But yeah, that looks good to me. So yeah, if you got a little confused there, that's completely my fault. Just go ahead and check out the GitHub repository for the exact images that I'm using, and if not, just go ahead and add in your own. Cool, that looks good to me. And then let's see what this looks like on mobile. So I'm gonna go here, and that looks really good so far. And now I just want to reload this page. Oh, this is gonna be a little bit difficult because, yeah, it's gonna break. That's okay like this. Okay, cool. So it doesn't, I'm not able to get to reload. Okay, it looks good as well. So yeah, that's perfect. We have completed our first section. Now, for some odd reason, the Navbar style that I talked about earlier is not being applied. So I want to go ahead and I want to figure that out. So okay, let's go back into our, where's our code? Here it is. And let's add it in. So where is our Navbar? And then I want to say, I want to add in, I want to figure out why this is not working. Give me 1 second. So we have our scroll, that's fine. We're going to say if it has, okay, let me just break this up a bit. So wherever our BG, okay, let's do this, BG, and I want to go here. I'm going to say if it has scrolled, shadow, what if we did XL? Or maybe it won't just work because we have to, see, we are scrolling, that's the thing. That's okay, it's not a big thing, but we can go ahead and we can try to figure this out later. Why? I'm just curious as to why this is not working, so. Oh, is it, oh, it's because, oh, we're not closing this, wait. Has scrolled. Oh, see, now I've got it, yeah. So the issue that we had there was we had our, okay, and now it's working, yeah. So that's all it was there, is all I was doing was I was prematurely closing the has scrolled. So make sure you have $, curly bracket, has scrolled, which refers to this state that we have up here with this use effect hook, and then you are saying if it has scrolled, shadow, make the shadow extra large, which is this part right there, which is what we're seeing. And then if you have not scrolled, make it so that there is no scrolling effect. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's it there. That's really good. And now we go ahead and we can build out the other component. So the next component in our project is going to be our, let's go just double check. It's going to be our second component, but it's going to be referring to this one right here. Alrighty, let's do that. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to go into my landing page again, and I want to create a new folder, and I want to call it second section. Again, making things as very clear as possible, just so that I have an idea of what everything is. So I do page.tsx, and then I want to do the same thing, sfc, and I want to call it second section. You can call it whatever you like, but just make sure that you import it properly. So second section, oh, this should not be capital, this should be lowercase. I'm still on caps lock. Div, I'm going to say second section. Cool. So now let's go ahead into our page.tsx where it says brackets landing page page.tsx, and let's import it. So let's do second section. Cool. So let's see. So we're importing second section from /second section /page. And if I scroll to the very bottom here, it's very hard to see, but we do have our second section, which is good. So now we can go ahead and we can add some styling to this. So let's go to our page.tsx, our second section page, sorry, I should say. And now we want to go ahead and render out, just want to, for reference here, what, okay, so yes, we have some images, nice. All right, let's build this out. So what I want to do is I want to, again, we'll just import some stuff right away. So make sure you have use client at the top, can't forget that. So use client, I want to say import, I want to say arrow right from Lucid React, as well as check, it's going to be circle 2. I'm not mistaken, actually, from Lucid, it should be from checks. Okay, check circle 2. Sorry about that. From Lucid React. I want to import an image. I want to say import image from next image. I want to import motion from framer motion. I want to import the use ref from React, and then I want to say import use in view from framer motion as well. And I want to say import, should not be caps, should be import use state from React as well. Okay, cool. So the way that I'm thinking about this is I am considering this right here, all the way to the bottom, so this white part, like this white background, everything included here, to be one section. So this will be the second section, but it will include all of this as well as all of this. So we can add that into our code. So when I'm coding, I think about where certain functions should go just to indicate what we're building. So essentially, we should look to build this. We should preset this data in an array, and then we can go ahead and we can call that array in a bit. So let's go ahead to the very top of this function, or out of this function, I should say, and let's import, or let's create a new array called const. And I've called it tabs. You can go ahead and you can call it anything you like. You can call it options, you can buttons, it can really just be anything. And essentially all I'm doing here is I'm saying that I want to create an array, and then I want to loop through the array with the different data that's displayed here. And so when I click on marketing teams, I want this information be related only to marketing teams, and then there to be a difference between IT teams, operation teams, and so on and so forth. So in that kind of thinking, we can go ahead and we can say const, not const, but we should say a name. We should call it marketing teams. Oh, this needs to be a string, so marketing teams. Then I want to put a comma, and then I want to say title, and then I want to say, I want to refer to whatever I had here, so deliver impactful marketing strategy. So I'm just going to copy and paste it just so to save some time. Again, make sure everything is a string or else it won't work. So by string, I mean by putting quotation marks around it. And then I want to close this one, and then I want to kind of talk about what each feature is. So I want to go ahead and I want to say feature 1. Again, you can call it really whatever you want. So campaign planning, let's do planning. Then I want to do feature 2. Let's see if I get an autofill here. Feature 2, content creation, I'm sure that works for me. Feature 3, let's just see what we got. Social media management. Okay, cool. And then I also want to add in an image. So I want to say images tab-1. So again, tab-1 was just the earlier image that we imported to our project. But yeah, so I've gone ahead and I have all of this pre-configured here in the GitHub repository. So just to save time again, make sure to check it out. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm just gonna copy and paste it so that we don't spend too much time working with just the text and stuff like that. So that is what I have in my project right now, referring to different content as well as the images that I have here. So again, just make sure that in your project you have a different, like if you didn't call yours tab 1 and you're not using the same images, you can go ahead and make sure you're pointing to that specific one. But yeah, that's that. And now we can go ahead and we can continue building out the rest of the project. So, okay, here we want to go ahead and we want to say const ref. So I want to say a use ref hook, which essentially just checks whether or not that if this object is in view or not. And then I want to say const is in view. And I want to say use in view. And then I want to say ref. And then I only want to set the animation to occur once. So once equals true. So all we're doing here is we're checking to see if the object is actually in reference, like is in view. And then if it is, we can render out the animation. So then the next thing I want to do is I want to say const active tab. And I want to say set active tab use state 0. And then I actually need to specify a little bit more clearly here, tabs. And I want to say 0, oh, not 9, but 0. I want to close that tab as well. Cool. So what I've done there is I've just went ahead and I said, looks like I'm getting an error here. Let's try this. Oh, I forgot to close this function here. So all I'm saying is I want to check whether or not this is in view, and then if it is in view, I want to go ahead and I want to apply some animations to it. So I hope that's not too complicated, but I think that should make a little bit of sense. And then also when it's active, display the active one. So this is the animation that you're seeing right here. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and let's just immediately say ref equals ref. And then we can say class name flex call. So justify center, and say items center. And then if it's a medium-sized screen, we want to say set the padding to 20 on the y-axis, and then if not, we can just say padding -10. And then we can also go underneath here and say div, and then we can say, let's make this on another line here, div, and then we can go ahead and we can say class name flex justify center items dash center. And then we can say another div here, and we're going to say style equals, say transform. We can rotate it if we want. In this example, I don't really want to do that. But again, make sure you're using your backticks here. Oh, this is supposed to be a semicolon. Backticks, and then let's say translate y is in view 100 pixels. So that's perfect autofill right there by GitHub Copilot. We're saying that if it is in view, translate it. If it's not in view, don't translate it. So let's say opacity. We're going to say if it is in view, set it to 1. If it's not, make it set to 0. And then underneath, we're going to go ahead and say, make sure you put commas at the end of each line. We're going to say transition. And then we're going to say, you get to ease in 1 second. That works perfect to me. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to go down, or like inside of the, not down I should say, but like outside the style, like where we're hard coding the HTML. I want to say class name, I want to say MD flex, I want to say MD space x20 border b MD py -10. Okay, and then I want to close that like this. The next part is we're going to say div, we're going to say class name space y-10, and then I want to say div underneath class name text 3xl. And now I want to import, I want to just put the text. So I want to say 80%, yeah, we can say 80% of teams say Bird helps them faster. And our original product, we said this 80% of Fortune 100 companies use Bird. The text doesn't really matter. It's your decision what you want to put. But I guess for consistency, we can just keep it at this. So let's say that. Okay, cool. So then outside this div, this is where we want to create the arrows and stuff like that. Again, why is this caps locking? But div class name flex items dash center space x8. I want to give it a hover effect. So whenever I hover over the get started button, I have a little bit of an animation. So when I hover over this, you'll see that it turns blue. This is something that they have on the Asana website. However, theirs turns red. So that's going to be that. And then let's say see how customers use Bird. Again, you can change it to whatever company that you'd like. Now I want to import my arrow right. So import arrow right. And I want to say class name, width -6, height -6, and then margin left 4. Cool. Now underneath that, I want to go ahead and I want to import my motion.div. So this is where my animations are going to happen. So I'm going to say motion.div, close it right away so that we don't get an error, it doesn't break. We can say, oh, we're going to have to import images, but I want to apply some stuff here. So I want to say initial, and then I want to say y100, opacity 0, animate the opposite, class name. Here I want to say grid calls to MD flex. I don't want it to be a grid if it is a medium-sized screen. Space or MD space should be x10 items center, and then justify center py-10. Okay, so if you're wondering what this is, pretty much what I'm doing here is you should focus up on here. when I get to a small screen, I want it to turn into a 2x2 grid, and that's what I'm setting here. I'm saying the grid is going to have it's going to have 2 columns, so it's going to have this one and then this one, and then if not, once I break a certain point, it's going to be in a straight line, and so that's what I'm saying by like MD flex. So I hope that makes sense. If not, let me know in the comment section below and I can kind of clarify some stuff. But yeah, so now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and we want to import our actual images. So you can see the animation that would just appeared. I'll refresh the screen a bit, and then that's that right there. Cool. So let's go ahead and import some images. So I've gone ahead, and again, I already have existing content that you can go ahead and copy and paste, but that is that right there. So all I did, again, just to reiterate, I went to LogoIpsum.com. If you haven't already, please do so. Go to LogoIpsum.com and then download a bunch of these images. And then all I did is I created a folder called Logo, and then I put all of my logos in here. And all I'm doing is I'm just calling each of them to a specific image right here. So this is my source, so I'm pointing it to this one. And then I'm just saying, putting it underneath this motion.div, so that when I reload this, again, this is Asana's actual website, and this is ours, so it's a little bit similar. But yeah, pretty much all I'm going to do is you're going to see that I don't have all of the customizations configured yet, but once I reload this page, you're going to see how it shoots up nicely, which is something that we really wanted to do. So again, this is what it looks like on the full, and then this is what it looks like just right now. So let's continue building, and let's see where, okay, and so now we also have the hover effect. So we have to make sure that these arrows are in the same spot. So let's go ahead and let's figure that out, why those are not working. Okay, so that's the motion.div there, and then we should close the div here. Let's close this div, let's close this div, and then let's say motion.div. I want to apply the same styling that I have above, so just to save time, I'm just going to copy and paste it. It's okay if your thing breaks right now. We're not in production mode right now, so it's fine. So I want to say class name, I want to say text, 4XL, I want to say if it's a medium-sized screen, let's say text, 6XL, let's say PT-10, let's say hidden, let's say MD, we're going to block it, block like the hide property, and then we can do this. We can say see how teams use bird. Okay, cool. So let's address some of the issues that we have right away, and we can just close this div. Alrighty, so the next thing I want to do is I want to get rid of this because we're not going to need it. And then let's try to figure out what exactly is the issue. So it seems to me that we don't have a number of these not closing properly, so we can go ahead and we can just do that really quickly. So where our motion.div is here, underneath this image, this motion.div, we are closing it, which is correct, but then underneath here, we're not closing it. So let's see if we get an autofill of how to fix this. Div, seemingly not working here. Let's try to, give me a sec here to figure this out. Div, item center, PY, let's just go through this slowly. This is being closed correctly, yes. Div, okay, do we have this div right here? Okay, so this is in the wrong spot. So this should be right here. And then we can go ahead and we can say div, and then underneath here, we're closing this div prematurely. Okay, so that's what it was right there. We were not closing the div in the correct place, and as a result, we're getting those issues. So let's see how we're looking now, and that looks perfect to me. So that's all it was right there. Just to reiterate what the problem was, we had to close the div here. So underneath arrow right, make sure you have one div, a second div, and then remove that third div that we had, and then remove it at the bottom as well, so that now you have a fully functioning section. So once it scrolls into view, it kind of fades up nicely. Alrighty, cool. Let's see what else we can add here. Where was my project? Yeah. Okay, so there seems to be a little more padding here than compared to what we originally have. So I want to figure out why that is. I think I kind of know why that is, but let's go ahead and let's figure this out. So padding is 10. Translate, correct. Space X. Oh, see, this is what it was. So on a medium-sized screen, we had DM, but it was supposed to be MD. So head to where I had line 85 for me. I'm not sure what yours is, but wherever we're styling this right here, just inside of where it says this style underneath, we had a little typo where it was supposed to be MD, but it was DM. Okay, cool. So you have that now working exactly how anticipated, and then that's perfect. So, and then it goes back, which is nice. Alrighty, that's that one. Now let's go ahead and what else? So we have to build out our tabs now. So yeah, we have to build out these components. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. This one won't be too difficult. We're just going to kind of loop through the array that we created up here. If you haven't already, please copy and paste this so that you have exactly what I have, which is good. Now, okay, where it says see how teams use bird, I want to go ahead and I want to create a div, right? I want something to be there. So say div, and then I want to say class name. I want to say hidden, because we don't want this to be originally we don't want this to appear unless you're on a like on a desktop, right? So just to reiterate what we're building here, let me go back to this. So I don't want these options to display unless I'm on a desktop, because that would be insane, right? Like having all those different tabs fundamentally just doesn't work well on like a website that would only be or like from somebody coming from as a mobile kind of user. So yes, we're gonna hide it, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to add some stuff. So we're gonna say brackets, curly brackets, tabs.map. Yes, that's correct. And then I want to apply some styling. So I want to go ahead and I want to say div, and I want to close the div right away so that we don't have any errors. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to just close this as well. So if you get an error right now, that's completely fine. All it's saying is that it needs a key index, which is fine. So we can just say we have that already. So we can just say key equals tab dot name, and then the error is going to go away. The next thing I want to do is I want to do class name, and I don't want to use quotation marks here. I want to make this have like a bunch of lines. There's also a number of other classes. So we're going to do curly brackets. We're going to use the back ticks again. Not sure what they're called exactly, but yeah. So let's do not first letter. I don't know what that was. Let's do flex. Again, the same, space, flex. Let's say justify, center, item center. I want to put this all so vertically so you guys can see it better. Justify center, item center, space x10, and then I want to say width 60. So make sure you have these class names, and then I want to go ahead where I created my states, where I'm saying like the active tab, I want to apply a certain styling so that people know that they've clicked on one of the tabs, right? So in my project, what I did is I made it so when you click on it, there's a border and also the color becomes darker. So again, I think that's like a really good way of indicating which one like you've actually clicked on, right? So let's go ahead and let's add that in. So we can say $, right? Because it's a conditional class. So I'm gonna say $, and then yeah, pretty much this fill in right here is correct, but I'm gonna change some of the styling. So I'm gonna say curly brackets, say active, tab, I'm gonna say equals, tab, question mark. So if I'm on that tab that I want to say border, border bottom is going to be 4, and I'm going to say PT4, and then I'm also going to say I'm going to pick the color, so I'm going to say border gray 500, and then the text is going to become darker. So you can make this text black if you want. I'm just going to make it 800, and then I'm going to say if you're not on an active tab, what I'm getting here is an error. So what this means is it has to be equals equals. So you have to have 3 equal signs, or else you're going to have an error. So that was a good catch right there. I missed that one, so that's fine. Now what we're going to say, if you're not on the active tab, all I want to do is I want to mute the foreground. So this is a property that is done in Tailwind CSS. So what it basically means is you can see the styling if you hover over it, but all it's doing is just making it a little bit more dim and then originally. So let's go ahead and let's see what we're getting. So right now none of our tabs are being displayed, but that's fine. So now next thing I want to do is I want to say on click, right? Like obviously I want to click and then okay. So I got the autofill there, but all I'm doing is when I'm clicking on a tab, I'm setting the active tab to be the tab that I want to view, and then that tab is going to have these properties. So that's perfect. And then I'm also going to say style is going to be equal to a cursor pointer. So I just want to make sure that people know which one we're clicking on. You can click on these. That's pretty much all I'm indicating with that function there. So okay, now let's go ahead. Let's go down. Let's say div. We're going to need another closing div here. So div class name. Let's say flex. I want this to be obviously in a row. I want to say text 3XL. I want to say text center. I want to say items center. I want to set the height and the width of them to be equal to each other, and then I want to say justify center. Now here's where I want to render the tab name. So I want to say div, and then I want to say tab.name. So if you're wondering why is this called tab.name, all this is saying is it's going up to our array here that we created called tabs. It's looping through each of these, so each of these are their own tab, not plural, just one singular, and then it's saying that the name is going to be called here. So let's see if we have it now, and we do. So underneath we have tabs. So these are the tabs, and then whichever one is active is going to have the properties. So I think that was a good kind of demonstration of what we're building. One thing that I missed here is the padding of these are way too close to each other. So just what I want to do here quickly is go to the very top where it says see how teams use bird. I also made a little typo there as well. So what I want to do is I want to add some styling. So py should be maybe 20. Okay, cool. So now it's just, it pushed up everything on the y-axis as well as down. So that way I can, you can see now, it's pretty much all it was. It was a nice little change because before it was a little crowded. Okay, cool. Now let's go ahead and outside of this div, we actually want to go ahead and we want to display the content now. So we want to render this part of the project. So underneath this div here, I'm going to go just put some lines there so that I know what I'm talking about or where I am. And you can see it there, but okay. Sorry about this, I'm just trying to get the right one open. Not that one, I want ours. Okay, cool. So let's do that. So here, what I want to do is I want to display the content. Even if it's not selected, I still want to have that content. So div class name pt-10, not mt, but pt. Did it again there. pt. I want to say hidden. I want to say md block, right? Because I don't want this to be displayed if we're on a medium screen. Then I want to say if we're on the active tab, and then I want to say and. So I want to just create a bunch of space right here. I want to say div class name flex. I want to say justify center. I want to say div. I'm going to say this is going to be we're going to hard code some styling here. So we're going to say style. And we're going to say height. And then we're going to set the height of this div to be 525 pixels. So again, make sure you're in a string, 525, px, and then we're going to set the width as well. So we're going to say width, and then we're going to say, this one's going to be a bit bigger, so we're going to say 700 pixels, and then we are going to close it, which is perfect. And then we're also, before we close it, we have to add some more styles. So we say flex call BG grade 200. I'm going to say P-10, and I'm going to say rounded MD because I want it to be a little bit rounded. And then from there, I can go ahead and I can render out the title. So I'm going to say P class name, say text 4XL PY-10 border B, and then I also want it to be underlined as well to really indicate what's going on. Underline, and then I want to say active tab dot title. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to close all these divs out so that you can kind of see what is going on. So I made a little mistake right there. What I need to have happen is there. So let's go into our project now. And perfect. So now what's happening is whenever we're clicking on the certain content that we rendered in the array, is we're transitioning between all of them. So that's perfect there. Alrighty. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and we need to obviously build out the neighboring div to the right of it with the image. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So we can go ahead underneath, again, we can remove these divs because we don't need to close it right now. But the next thing I want to do is I want to div. I want to say class name space y-10. I want to say items center justify center, and then underneath I want to kind of create my list of features. So back up here where I was referring to these ones, I want to go ahead and I want to display each of them. So let's go ahead and let's say justify center, and then we can say class name, we can say flex, we can say space x4, so this is going to give us space between the icon and the actual feature, like the text. So let's say that, and then let's say check circle 2 class name as well as text gray 500, and then underneath I want to put the li tag, and I want to just say active tab.feature.1. Okay, cool. So that works for me. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and we can just copy and paste this a bunch of times, and we can just change it from being feature 1 to feature 2 to feature 3. So paste, paste, and then change this right here. So so keep the first one, obviously it's feature 1, and then this is feature 3. And then underneath we can go ahead and we can just close everything out. Actually, before that, we want to go ahead and we want to display the images. So underneath the li, the ul, the div, and the other div here, I want to go ahead and I want to create another div, and I want to say, I need to hard code this obviously, so we're going to do style, and then it's going to be the exact same property that we just had up here, so we can just copy and paste this. So we can say this, so that the two boxes are like equivalent size, and then underneath I want to go ahead and I want to add the class name, and then I want to put this as a gradient, so we can do BG gradient to the right, say from gray 400 to a gray of 100. So from going from left to right, it will become lighter, and then underneath we can go ahead and we can say item center justify center rounded MD, and then we can also say flex. Alrighty. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to actually display the image. So let's get our images in, and then our source in this case is going to be this exact thing. So what I did here is instead of pointing to a specific one, we are going to loop through the array, and then depending on which tab is selected, it is going to display the image belonging to that specific tab. So you'll see how each of these have their own. I've repeated the tab one just because I ran out of images. But again, if you have your own images, you can go ahead and display those specific images. So then let's set a height and a width, as well as an alt. So alt illustration works for me, width, and then height. And then we can just change these to be 530. And then we can say, yeah, we can also round them as well. So why not? Let's just do class name. Class name, we can do rounded MD. Yeah, that's perfect. And now let's close everything out. Let's close this, and then let's go ahead and let's close this as well. And then we have one more thing to close. and then all of the errors should go away. So what I'm using here to make everything look much more complete and like have less gaps is I have an extension called Prettier. I'll show you what that one is. It's called Prettier. It's free to use. Pretty much everyone uses it. 37 million downloads. If you don't have this one, make sure to have it installed. All it does is whenever you save your code, all I did is I went up here and I clicked save, is it just reorganizes it to be much more like visually appealing and legible. So that's all I did there. Okay, cool. And now that we're scrolling down, we're seeing that we have different tabs. Perfect. So the images change as well as these change here, as well as the title changes. And that looks good to me. All right, so I think that kind of completes everything. Let's check what it looks like on mobile. And of course, we don't have it on mobile because we made it hide. So that's perfect. Awesome, yeah, so that's a really good start. The second section is now completed. Let's go ahead and let's do our third section now. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's continue where we left off at. I believe it was, where is the code here? I'm gonna close this. Yes, it was right here. We had completed our second section, and let's go and let's build out our third section. So we are looking to build out this portion right here, which won't be too difficult to do. So let's do that right away. So again, inside of our landing page, let's go ahead and create a new folder called, let's call it just third section. Same thing as last time, we're going to create a page.tsx, and then inside of our page.tsx, we're going to do sfc, and do third section. Div, and then we can just say third section. And then inside of our page.tsx, so where we have our navbar first section and then second section, let's create our third section. Okay, cool. So this one's going to be pretty easy. It's just a couple of columns, or rows I should say. So let's just do that. Click into our third section here, and then at the very top, we want to go ahead and we want to say use client. Let's make sure to do that. Then I want to import check circle icon 2 from Lucid React, import motion from Framer Motion, import the use ref from Framer Motion. We're not getting the imports, we have to do it by ourselves. So import use ref, actually just from React, and then we can import use in view from Framer Motion. Then we want to go ahead and we want to set our ref, so we can say const ref equals the use ref hook. We can say const is in view, and then again, same thing as last time, where we're saying we only want this animation to occur once. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to do motion.div, motion.div, and then I want to apply the parameters right here. So I say ref equals ref in curly brackets, and then I want to say initial, and then I want to animate, and then I want to use a transition as well. Transition, we can make it like 10 seconds, it doesn't really matter, you can make it however long you want, but pretty much this is just going to illustrate like how long we're going to have like the slide in effect. But yeah, let's do our class name, let's just say flex call, and then we want to say space y-10. Then outside of this div, we want to say div, and then we'll put another div, actually, div class name. Go to the very top again, we'll do padding y-20. So they use like a green on the Asana website, so I did my best to try to replicate that. If you want to know how I get these actual color codes, all I do is I go to this website here called hex codes, or it's called like HTML or something like that, HTML hex codes, color codes, sorry. But then yeah, pretty much all I'll do is I'll just find a color that I like, and then it will show me a hex code for it. So I went ahead and I already had one, so I'm just going to use that one instead, but I'm going to go back to here, and then I'm going to add the color code. So let's add that. So we're going to do BG bracket, number sign, 097969. Close my bracket, and then I want to say items, center, flex, call, space, y, -10. Then I want to say class name, text, white, text 4XL. I want to put in a padding of 10 on the x-axis if it is a small screen. If it is a bigger screen, I want it to be 0. So padding x 0, MD text 6XL. I'm going to do MD padding bottom -10, flex, items, center, justify, start. Cool. And now we can just say why companies choose bird. Underneath this one, I'm going to go ahead and put div. Say div class name, MD width 3/4, padding x10, and then I'm going to say div class name, flex, space x10, MD space x20, text white, items, center, text 2XL, justify, center, border B. Make sure you guys can actually see this a little bit. So I'll move this. I'll close this so you guys can see it. Border B. I'm also going to need a border T, only on small screen. So I'm going to do border B and then border T as well. So PY-10. Oh, this T has to be connected like that. PY-10. And then here I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put my icon. So I'm going to say check circle icon, circle 2. I'm going to say H. On a medium screen, I want it to be double the size what it would be like on a small screen. So I'm just going to go MD width 80, or I should say H20. Then MD width 20, H10 width 10. Then let's say div, say class name, MD width 80, MD text 3XL, text MD width 72. And then say the only platform form with goals. Yeah, you could say that as well. Awesome. Yeah, so I mean, we can go ahead and we can just copy and paste this 3 more times. So I've already gone ahead and done that. So let's just do this instead. And then yeah, I think that should be it. I believe there was 3. Let's see. Okay, so we have the 3. We just need to make this centered as well. So let's go ahead and figure out why this is not centered. So why companies choose bird? Okay, yeah, so this is what it was. I have a typo here. This is meant to be center, and now everything is centered. Awesome. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to build out the text to the right of it, which was this text right here. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So we have our text. Sorry about that. Yeah, the only thing is I don't want to have the same text for every single one. So I just want to just copy and paste this. So here, and then we can also do here as well. Now it looks like one other thing that we're missing is we're also missing another div underneath here, referring to the last one. So this is very easy to do. Div class name, let's say MD width of half, let's say hidden, and then we can say MD block. So then this is where the longer text is. So you can just copy and paste this, and then you can go ahead and you can just add this to the bottom of each one. So underneath here, and then underneath here as well. Simple adoption. And now let's see what it looks like. Perfect, voila. So we have exactly what we wanted to create, and then when we resize, it also resizes, which is nice. Awesome, yeah, that looks good. Maybe the one other thing I would do is I would change this to be in the center a bit more. Actually, I don't know, it's in line with this, so kind of looks good. But yeah, I mean, go ahead, add your own changes as you guys see fit. But that will kind of conclude the third section there. So let's go ahead and let's continue building out our, it would be, I believe, our fourth section. Okay, so this one here. That's perfect. Okay, so we'll build out this one now. Let's go back into our project so we can see what's going on. And then we can go into our fourth section. So let's create a new folder in our landing page. Let's call it fourth section. Let's call it page.tsx. And then our page.tsx, same thing as last time, sfc fourth section. Div, we say fourth section. Now let's go back into our landing page. Our landing page. I think that's a little bit of a tongue twister, but it's fine. Fourth section, cool. So we got it in there now. And cool, let's go check out what we need to build. So that animation is kind of weird. And pretty much the reason why that's happening, if we want to go quickly back, is because the transition, I made it to 10 seconds. But if you want to make it like much shorter, which I think will look a lot better, and speed it up, you see how like it's going really slowly? We can go ahead and you can make it quicker. You can make it like 3 seconds or something. So now if I refresh, let's see what it looks like. So we got that animation, and then by the time you scroll, it's perfect. So yeah, that looks good to me. Alrighty, and then again at the bottom here, you see we have our fourth section. So let's continue building this out. So in our fourth section, I want to go ahead and I'll mark it as use client right away so I don't forget. Use client under import image from next image. I want to import use state from React as well as use effect. And then I want to do import arrow, the same one as last time, right. And then we don't actually have a check circle on this one, so we don't need it, but arrow right. And then here I want to import, again, we can import motion, and then we can also import another one called use animation from frame motion. From here, we can do const images equals. So this is going to be the exact same thing that we did in the, I believe it was in the second section, where we have our tabs, but in this case we're going to just have images, and then we're just going to loop through the images. So I'm going to say src, and then I'm just going to point to one of them. So I'm going to close this object, and then I'm going to open another one. So make sure that you have a comma after every single one, or else you're going to get another error. So tab 2, and then I'm also going to have tab 3 as well. So you see how the error I'm getting right there, it's expected. But yeah, so let's just add that, and then it's going to go away. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and let's add in some more, I guess you could say, animations. So what we're going to need is we're going to have a different setup. Let's just check actually really quickly what we need. So here, do we have any? Yes, we don't even have animations to this one, so it's actually not even being necessary, which is fine. We can add animations to it if you guys like, but I think just for simplicity and for the sake of like this video not being too long, we can kind of maybe do without. So yeah, I don't know, we might not have to necessarily use these. So yeah, let's code the content, and then at the end we can kind of decide. Div class name, so flex. This one here is gonna have a lot of styling, so yeah, okay. So flex call space y -10, items, center, justify, center, padding x20, div. We can just delete this fourth section. The text does not matter right now. I'm going to do flex, I'm going to do py-20, and then we'll do class name, we'll do space y6, flex call, and then we want to do div, and then we'll do class name text gray 800 text XL, and then we do padding x10, and then we're going to go ahead and say all caps drive efficiency across teams. Then underneath this one we're going to say div. Again, why is it all capsing? Div class name text for XL width of 96 padding x10. I'm going to say manage complex work easily, and then just so that's to visualize a bit easier, we can say that, and we can say another div here, say class name text XL text gray 600 and then padding x of 10. Okay, cool. So now we can add in our text. We can say connect what needs to get done, who is responsible, and how to get it done. I think that's a good amount of text there. So to see what we did there, I'm going to just move this to the side so it's all in one line. Cool, so we have the text there. That's perfect. Maybe I'll just put this down so you guys can see. Underneath this div. Awesome. Now we are going to continue, so let's just say div, and then we're going to say class name. Oh, it's outside of our div. Class name. On the medium size screen, we're going to say flex items center md space x60. So we want a huge space in between the image and the actual text. Space y-10, or yeah, and then I want to say p-10. Sorry. And now we're going to go ahead and add our image. So div. We don't actually have any class name to the div, but we can just say image. I don't need two there, I just need one. Image, I'm going to say src. I guess technically we didn't really need to create the array, now that I'm thinking about this, but it was nice to have, so I mean, let's just keep it for now. Had you have gone ahead and maybe done more animation-based stuff, it would probably have been recommended to do that, but I guess in this case, since we're just having essentially like three boxes, right? Like we have, maybe if I have an extension here, it can kind of show me, yeah. So here we have like one box, and then two we have like another box, and then on the third one we have another box. So I guess in this case it doesn't make sense to have the array. We could delete that actually. But yeah, now that I'm just thinking about that now after I made this, it's fine. Cool, so we have that. And let's make this image just a lot bigger. Let's do 700. And then we can do underneath, we can add in div class name space y-10 border b. So this is what it's going to look like once they're stacked on top of each other. Now I want to go ahead and I just want to let me see what we can do here to speed things up. Okay, I guess we'll just have to do this one by one. So what we're doing right now is we're building out this side of the content, and then once we're done this one, we can go ahead and we can just copy and paste this 3 times, change the image, and then change the text. Okay, so border B. So what that's referring to is this one right here, where this border is. So let's go to the border B, and then let's say div class name text 3xl. I'm going to say time. Oh, inside of our div, let's say timeline. And I'm going to say div. Again, don't know why it's doing that. Div class name. I'm going to say width of 96. I'm going to say text XL. Text gray 600, not 6,600. Now we can say see how, I believe we already have the text, so let's just copy paste it, yeah. So I'll go ahead and copy and paste it, just to save yourself some time. So cool, that's that. And now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add in our arrow and like get started button. So class name flex, and then I'm gonna say div class name text LG. I'm gonna say get started. Dun, 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 dun. And now we're gonna say arrow right class name. Perfect. So let's see what we got right now. So this is obviously the finished one, and then this is ours. Let's see if our styling was done correctly, and it was, yeah. So it looks good. So what we're able to do now is we can just go ahead and just copy and paste this multiple times over. So let's go to here. So what I'm doing is I'm going underneath the padding Y, like -20, and I'm simply saying that I want to grab all of the content related to here. So it looks like, well, this could result in a bit of an issue now that I'm thinking about it. We might have missed a class. Let's just give this a try and let's see. So I just want to copy the entire thing. Cool. So I copied it. So underneath padding Y-20, I went ahead and I just grabbed everything. Let's see what it looks like. And then I'm making another space. Okay, yeah, so what's going on here is with these, this is now a flex, but it's not meant to be a flex. It's meant to be a flex call. So outside of here, let's just change this, delete it. Let's see what this looks like. And that looks pretty similar to what we have. The only thing that is different, I would say, is here we are, let me just go back to delete that one and then delete that one as well. Okay. Now what we should do is we have our get started, right? Get started. 1, 2, 3. Flex call. Okay, so what we need to do now is inside of, okay, so that was a mistake. Inside of here is where we need to put this class. So I'm gonna go back to here. So I was one div too far, but now if I copy and paste this 2 other times, you're gonna see that it's going to look exactly how we want it to look. Okay, and it does, which is good. So we have our divs. The only thing is, if I'm not mistaken, let's see what this looks like. Manage work, complex, looks good. And then yeah, when we change it, it looks good as well. Okay, cool, yeah, so that was the mistake. All I was doing was I was having, I was one div too far. And then the next thing I want to do is actually, where it says width 96, we have a fixed, where it says manage work easily, right? Here we have width 96. Let's just remove that because I don't like how it goes into 2 boxes. I just want it to be 1 box like this. So let's see what that looks like on a big screen, and it looks good. So where we originally had width 96, go ahead and remove that as well. And then also here, you can just remove width 96 as well. So now it's one like synchronous kind of style, and it really looks good. Now, the only thing that we'd have to do is we'd have to differentiate each of these images. So let's go into where our images. So let's change this one to 2, and then maybe 3 for the last one, and then 2 for the second one. Or 4, I think I even have like up to 5. Let's see what the 5th one looks like. Okay, cool, so the 5th one is that. And then, yeah, we can go ahead and we can just change the text. So I'm gonna go back to the domain that I've created. And where it says this, I'll just, I don't know. You can really write anything you want, like it doesn't matter. So let's just, cool. Yeah, okay, actually, I'll leave it there. We can go ahead, you guys can add in your own text for your own projects. But right now, like, the main stuff is what we're focusing on. But yeah, go ahead and add in your own text. But right now, I think that looks pretty good. And I think that would conclude our I think that is our fourth section now. And let's go ahead and let's add in our logo carousel now. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna go check this out. Okay, no, our logo carousel is actually at the bottom here, it's fine. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's build some other stuff out. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go create, that was our fourth section. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna create our fifth section. So fifth, oh, don't know why, fifth section. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna say new file, I'm gonna say page.tsx, I'm gonna say sfc, I'm gonna create a function called fifth section. Div, and then I'm just gonna say hi. Cool. Now let's go ahead and let's build out our fifth section. So our fifth section, first thing we need to do is we need to import it to our landing page so that people can actually see it. Fifth section. Now I'm going to scroll to the bottom, make sure that I'm in my correct one, and I am, yeah, so it says hi at the very bottom. So let's add this in. So let's click into our fifth section, and now we want to go ahead and we want to import some of the stuff that we use from ShadcnUI. So first thing we want to do is import the image, because we're going to have a bunch of images, and then the next thing I want to do is I want to import the accordion. So we can go to ShadcnUI, go to our accordion, and then we can just import, let's see if they have some stuff. Yeah, so we can just import all of that stuff right there. Cool, so all I did there is I just copied and pasted this from here. Awesome. Now we're going to kind of make this a little bit different than what the ShadcnUI one initially looks like, because we're going to have some custom classes. Like, for example, like we're going to have like 2 columns instead of 1, but relatively speaking, it's going to be kind of similar. So let's go back into this one and let's start working on the ShadcnUI. Next thing we want to do is we want to import our arrow. So we'll say import arrow right from Lucid React. And then I want to say div. And then this one's going to have a number of class names. So class name flex medium space x20, padding y of 20 space y10, items center justify center bg. Let's see what else we got going on. You need the number sign, and then I'm going to do 282 82 and then b as well. Close that, and then that's going to kind of be like our black background. And then I want to say div. Again, it's auto cap locking for me. I'm not sure why. Class name space y6 flex call text gray 200 MD width 1/3. Yeah, so we only need to take up a third of our screen. Then I want to say px10, not mxpx. And then I want to say div underneath. This is going to be for our text. So class name text xl. I'm going to say streamline your work and processes. And then I just want to keep this all in the same line so it's easier to see. Close that. I can do another div. I'm going to say this one's going to be a bit bigger. It's going to class name. It's going to say text for XL. And it's going to say prioritize revenue driving work. Cool. Now I do another one. I'm going to say div class name text XL. I'm going to say connect what needs to get done, who is responsible, and how to get it done. And then I'm just going to delete this div because we don't need that extra div. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and check out what this looks like. We have our animations, we have this nice section, and then we have this right here. So just to kind of reiterate what we're actually building right now, I'm just going to delete the frame motion. I don't need that there. Yeah, what we want to be building out right now is this section of Asana right here, where you have your accordion and then the images will render. So let's go back to this one and then let's do that now. So the next thing we want to do is we actually want to start using our accordion style here. So to make things a bit easier, we can go ahead and we can just copy and paste all of the content from ShadcnUI. So right here, where this usage, go to the second box and then copy and paste this. So copy, and then underneath the high, where the high is originally put, we can go ahead and we can just say, right above it, we can just say this. Now we're going to have our accordion on the right, and then you're not really able to see much of it, but it is there. All right, cool. Now we want to go ahead and we want to, add some styling to this. So let's go ahead and let's say our accordion trigger, and then we're going to, because we're going to have a number of accordions, right? We're going to have like 4 or 5 of them building like this portion here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So we got our accordion, and then we got our space. Okay, cool. So where our accordion trigger is, let's apply a class name. Let's say class name. Let's say text blue 400. Then I want to say, instead of is it accessible, I want to say automate your workflows. Then the content as well, I want to have the same class name. So put a border B, and then I want to say border blue 500. Now instead of this, I want to just put this text that I already have existing. So I want to say underneath here, put tasks on autopilot, like assigning work, and then you can kind of slowly see it popping up right here. Cool. Now I want to go ahead and I want to put a get started button. I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name flex text blue 400, same color, pt4, and then I also want to apply, I want to put my get started underneath, so I put div class name text lg, and then I can just say inside of this div get started. Now the next thing I need to do is I need to put, so just to make again things a bit easier, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to go back, and now so inside of this div right here, so not this one but the one above it, I want to put the arrow icon. So arrow right, class name, and that's perfect. So now once we scroll down, I'm going to see that we're going to have our arrow, and that works for me. Fantastic. So let's continue building this out. So we have our arrow, we have our icon, we have the content, and now we have the item. So the next thing I want to do is I just pretty much made another typo here. Automate your workflows. Pretty much what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to copy and paste the item icon like 3 other times, because these are all going to be the exact same. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get it. Yeah. So I just use prettier to make it a bit nicer. And again, I just seen so many like misspelling errors. But so where accordion item is, go ahead, go all the way to the bottom of it, and then just copy and paste it 3 other times. And now you're going to have all of them right there, which is good. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and we can start applying our images. So let's do our image. Let's do src. And then we can also do a class name of Paddington p-10. So that would, let's try and figure out why it's not rendering correctly. So what I mean by not rendering correctly is I want these two to be, I want these two right here to be like one line, and then I want this one to be on the side. So that's what I'm trying to kind of debug right now. So let's try to figure that out. So our accordion, is flex call. I'm trying to think. Space Y should really be this. Okay, so this div right here is not supposed to close. It's supposed to be at the very bottom here. Let's see if that works. Scroll down. See it? Okay, so that did not work either. So let's go ahead and let's try and figure out what exactly is making this thing not render correctly. So class name mdFlex, which meaning it's flex. Padding Y, item center, justify center. We just need flex call, text XL. Close this here. The issue right now is that one of these are being prematurely called, but we don't want that to happen. We just needed to call underneath our accordion. Oh, this is what it was. Yeah, so now it should work. And it does. Perfect. So all that's going on there was we were just, again, not ending this div tag or these properties correctly. We had them underneath, but we needed it to be right here instead. So yeah, okay, so the next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and sorry about that, excuse me. The one thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and like change the colors because these are all blue. We want to make them, or at least how I made them here, is I had these just change colors. So let me go back to the finished product. These are all finished products. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's do where's the blue one? Okay, the blue one is here. So we can just change this to rows. We can change this to rows, and then we can change this to rows as well. So let's see. Okay, cool. So we have everything being changed nicely, and then that looks good. So rows for that one, and now we can do like I think I called it amber. This one's gonna be amber as well, and then do I have it? Yeah, here as well. I have amber. Okay, cool. So now this one changes. That looks good. And then we're also gonna do maybe we do like a green one here. So let's do green. Let's do green. And then we can also do a green as well. One other thing I'm noticing is that there's also a style on the border. The border is not meant to have a the border color, border green. It looks okay for now, but pretty much all I was trying to say was, like, you can see that there's a white border here, but then when you click it, it's white, and then like it's also blue. I'm just trying to figure out a way to quickly kind of fix that up. Give me a sec. So content border. Do I have two borders somewhere? Like, let's see what this is. Yeah. Okay. So definitely. Oh, so what this is, or what this is saying, is if I go into my accordion content, there is already a pre-installed border to this like ShadcnUI class or prop. So the way to get rid of that is we go into our accordion, and then we're gonna find wherever it says border, and then we just gotta remove it. So we need to go to, let's see if there's a border B. I believe it was, okay, at the very top here for line 17 it says border B. So if we just remove that, see that it's gonna go away, and now it's just one color. So I hope that kind of makes sense. But yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Okay, cool. That's this page, or not page, I should say, but section complete. Let's let's go ahead. Cool, and I think that works for me. Now, actually, given a second thought here, I want to. I don't want to make it so it like just keeps getting bigger, right? Like, okay, so starting with starting with this one, I want to go ahead and I want to change the font size because I mean it's just too small. So let's just go find wherever the text is. So text is going to be wherever text XL text. I'm just gonna search up text. Don't actually. Okay, so where it says SM, let's change that to XL. So everything just got bigger, which is good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to check why each of these why this accordion is extending in size. You see how like it closes? I don't think it looks bad per se, but I just don't want all of them to open. I just want the one specific one to open. If I'm kind of making sense there. So let's try to figure this out. If not, we can come back to it later. It's not a big deal. But then yeah, once we go back and we move to our other like small screen, that's what it looks like. Cool. I guess with that being said, let's just move on to the next one. And all right, I'm gonna go ahead and try to figure this out because I really need to. Okay, so I went ahead and I found out what the actual issue was. So now when you go ahead and you click between the different ones, it will render only that specific one. So what it was inside of our fifth section, page.tsx, the accordion item, originally everything had the same value. So everything was all item 1. So whenever you were opening or closing something, it was all pointing to the same thing. So you're going to see now how all of them are going to open, but we don't want that to happen. So we want each of these to be differentiated. So this is going to be item 2. This is going to be item 3. You're going to see how that closes again because it's not pointing to the same one. I believe this should be 4. This one should be 3, and then it should be 2 and 1. And now you have everything working as expected. So yeah, go ahead and you can change all the text to be whatever you'd like. But I really want to show or illustrate that by kind of like fixing quickly on what that would look like. So again, on mobile, this would look like. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's continue. And now we're going to build out, I believe this is where the logo section is. Okay, and it is. So yeah, so we want to create this carousel where these logos are going to render by in like an infinite loop. And then once you hover on something, it will stop. So I'm going to show you how I did that as well. So let's go back to our project and then let's go into our sixth section. So in our landing page, let's go to 6 or create a 6th section. So 6th section. Let's do page.tsx and then let's do sfc. Let's do 6th section. Now we're going to do div. I'm going to just say hi. Now I'm going to go into my landing page, and I'm going to say 6th section. Cool. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and show you how to build the slider. So what I did for this is I went ahead and I downloaded a package called, let me try and find it, npmi slider package. Let me see if I can try to find it. It's not here, it's fine. I'm going to quickly put up on my node module in my completed project so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. So it was called, this is called something, it was React Slider or something like that. Okay, it was called, here it is, React Infinite logo slider, something like that. And yeah, so this is the one I used. So this is not npm, which is okay, but pretty much you can use it the same. So what you're going to do is you're going to take this command line and you're going to run it in your project. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to create a new terminal. So you can just add a new one, and then you can just say npm install React Infinite logo slider. now you're going to have the slider effect be available in your project, and then you can go ahead and you can actually use it. So let's go back into our Asana, and then let's go to our 6th section. So what I want to say here is import. Let's go to the very top. Again, we're gonna need a use client here. We're gonna say use client, and then we're gonna say, sorry about that. Say import React from React. We're gonna import slider from React Infinite logo slider. So what you're going to have next is you're going to have an error. It's going to say slider is declared, or you're going to have a different error where it's going to say it's like could not find a declaration module, and that's fine. And I'm going to show you how to kind of bypass that as well. So the next thing I want to do is want to import image from next image, the same as we've been doing the entire project. Now, so what this is saying, so you have this one error, but then you also have another one where it's saying try adding the types, and if it does not exist, add a declaration. So let's go ahead and try this first, and let's see if that will work. It's not going to work, but you're going to get this error saying not found, it's not a registered npm package. That's fine. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and we want to declare it as an official package. So inside of our 6th section, I want to create a new file, and we'll call it page, not page.js, I want to call it slider.d.ts. Okay, so now what you want to do is you want to declare the module. So you want to say declare module, and now you want to write what it was saying. So React Infinite logo slider. And now you're going to see the error is going to go away. So the error is no longer there, and that means that's perfect. And we can go ahead and we can actually just use this directly. So let's go into our div, let's say class name, padding y20, and then we can actually just call our slider. So we'll say slider, let's give it a width of, we can say 100, 1000, I'm going to use just 200 pixels. So 200 pixels, I'm going to say duration of 40 seconds, you can make it whatever, it's fine. I'm going to say pause on hover to be true, and then I'm going to say I want to blur the borders. So once a like a logo is coming in or leaving, it looks like it's being like blurred. It's a nice little effect. I can kind of show you. You won't be able to see it now, but it's a fairly common thing that you see a lot in a lot of like websites nowadays. So the next thing I want to do is I just want to go ahead and do slider dot slide, and now I want to go ahead and I want to import my logo. So I want to say image, and then let's see what that looks like. So it's going to load. It's going to say at.map is not a function. Let's see what that's trying to say there. Slider slide. Let's see. Here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the code that I have already existing. And okay, the error went away. So yeah, my recommendation to you is to just grab the code that I used in the project. All I'm doing here is I'm just pointing this logo to this slide, and then the slider is just going to go. So let's see what that looks like, and that looks perfect to me. So you're seeing as the images leave, if you hover, it stops, but as they go away, they kind of fade, and then once they come back in, they're also coming in with a fade as well. So yeah, so that kind of concludes this section. It's a nice little effect. You see it in a lot of websites nowadays, and this is how you do it. So yeah, so just you know, maybe include it into your own projects. I think on the Asana website, they have a very similar effect. However, they use a little bit more like custom cards and stuff like that. But I think given the amount of information in today's tutorial, we're not going to go ahead and do this because, I mean, if you want to, you can. Like, there's definitely enough information to do so, but for now, I think this is good. All right, so let's go ahead and let's continue. Now we want to go ahead and build out the 7th section. So the 7th section was, I kind of, mapped it off this, and then this is what it looks like in our final project. So, or actually no, this is our 7th section, and then this is the 8th, that's fine. So let's go ahead and let's go back into our project, and let's create our new folder, and it's going to be called 7th section, and then we're going to call it page.tsx, and then sfc 7th section. I'm going to say div, and I'm just going to say 7th section. Let's go back into our page.tsx and let's just import this right away. 7th section. So you can see how the imports are all very consistent because it's all coming from the same root. So let's go find our 7th section, which is this one, and then we can go ahead and we can add some styling to this one. Cool. So again, we're going to need our arrow right and import arrow right from Lucid React, import image from next image, and then I want to go ahead and I want to say div, new class name flex, class name flex call mdpy20 mdp-40 p-10, and I want to go ahead and put a custom color code here. p-10, sorry about that. bg, and I'm going to do bracket, do a number sign. I'm going to say e5, e4, e2, and then I'm going to close that as well. And then I'm going to say, so it's going to be kind of like a light gray, and I think it's going to look nice. So what's going on right now? Give me a sec. And then I do another div, last name, do space, x or y6, sorry, do flex call, md p x 20 padding bottom 10, and then I want to say div class name text xl, and then outside this one I want to say get started easily, and then I want to again make this all in one line so it's very easy to see. Get started easily, and then I want to say div, and I want to say class name, let's do text 4xl, which will be kind of like the title, and then I'll say prioritize revenue driving work, and then we can also add in another one. Let's see here. So we can say div, and we can just say connect what needs to get done, who is responsible, and how to get it done. Class name, should not be children, needs to be class name, text XL. Awesome. So let's continue building from there. We can go ahead and say div. This div needs to be, we're gonna have an error right here, it's fine. But we just need to say div. So we have div, we have these three here. Should not be three, should just be two actually. Cool, so we have this div closes this one, this closes this closes this, and this closes that. Cool. Alright, so let's say div class name md flex md px20 md space x10 space y-10 md space y0. And now I want to do div class name rounded small bg white. I want to do a padding of 8. So when we're building this part here, we should be thinking of like boxes, and then having this little box be inside of a bigger box along with this text, and then this text as well. So that's what we're kind of doing here. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to do image Let me go back to our project so we can see it. So again, you're just gonna have a bunch of errors, which is fine. So image, and then I want to say source. You can do the first one, width, height, illustration, and then we'll do that. So another thing I want to do is I want to add a class name. So I want to say class name width is the 96, and then now you're gonna be able to see it a little bit better. Leave, and you are, yeah. So you're able to see it there, which is fine. Cool. So let's go ahead and so we have our first one. What we need to do is we need to figure out why this says closing prematurely. You need to get done, and then you have the 2 there, okay? So we need this div, bg, where our image is, yeah. Okay, so now out inside of this div here where it's bg white, we need to say div class name text 3xl pt-8, and then I want to say start with a template. And now you're going to be seeing if all things are working correctly. Curious as to see why this is not. Let me just refresh. Okay, so we have our image, and now we're going to, yeah, okay, so that's correct, yeah. Image, and then let's go into our div. Let's do class name pt-10 flex justify between, and then we can add another one that says div class name text xl. That's going to say view templates, and then we're also going to have to import our logo for not our logo, I should say, but our arrow. So let's say arrow class name h6 width 6 ml-4, and then I'm going to close it like this. Alrighty, so now we should have our card. Let's go all the way down to the bottom, and we do. So we have our title, we have our like slogan, we got everything else going on there. Now all we need to do is we need to copy and paste this 2 other times so that one will appear here and then the third one will appear at the end. So let's go to wherever it says this should be, start with the template, view templates. Yes, okay, so wherever it says rounded SM is where we need to copy and paste from. So copy, for me it's line 17. Wherever this BG white class is for you, go ahead and do this. Now you're going to see 2 other versions right there. And perfect. Voila! You have gone ahead and built out this component. We're going to go ahead and we can change the text to be whatever we like now. So let's change this one to see bird in action. So we have start with the template. Let's see this one here. And then let's do talk with our sales team. Cool. And then we can change this to be a contact sales. Let's change this one, and then this one will be a view demo or something. And maybe this one points to like a video page and like demo. And then we can also just change the image as well. So let's change this one to the 5th one or the 4th one, and then this will be the 5th one, for example. Doesn't necessarily matter as it's all going to kind of render the same. So perfect, yeah. I actually don't really like that too well. I want to go ahead and I want to change that. So this one should be, let's do 3. And then we want to do, I think for the last one, we can do like tab 2 maybe. Let's see. Yeah, so I mean, try to find images that have like similar size so that your layouts like look, you know, similar. But yeah, I think this kind of completes what we're looking to do here. And yeah, of course, you can always add in your own styling to jazz it up and make it a bit different. But we've got our logo now, we've got this whole thing. Now we can go ahead and we can build out our 8th section. So let's go create a folder. It's going to be 8th section. And let's do page.tsx. Same thing that we've been doing this whole time. Do 8th section. Oh, section div, and I'm just going to say hi. Immediately go to our page.tsx, and let's just say 8th section. Cool. So our 8th section is going to include a lot of like styling. So in this example, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to copy and paste everything that I have from my GitHub repository, just because it's very tedious and repetitive to continuously be doing this, and there's not a lot of stuff I should say like in regards to it's just a lot of repeat content is really what I'm trying to say. So we don't necessarily need to really be focusing on this right now. All I've really done here is I just had 2 big boxes. One says try the #1 software. I imported a logo that I downloaded from LogoIpsum, and then I just have underneath here a border with just some more text and stuff like that, and then again another smaller image. So yeah, if you want to go ahead and want to just check out how I did this one, it's all in the source code. Then in the last one, we're going to go ahead and create a footer. So let's create a footer, and then let's say page.tsx. And then we can do SFC, let's say footer. And then tab div. Let's do div. Oh my god, it's capping. It's all caps again. Let's do div. Let's just say footer. And then same thing here. I'm actually going to go ahead and actually, yeah, let's build this one out. Why not? So instead of, footer, we can just go ahead and just say div. Not div, what am I doing? It should be a section. So let's call this one a section. And then let's call this one, let's say class name. Let's say hidden md flex call. Let's say py20. Let's say justify between. Let's give it a background, but it's a little bit different, so it kind of stands out. Background is going to be bracket, $, 3A, or not 3A, but 3A, 3B, 3C. It's going to be kind of like a gray color. Cool. Let's do div. Let's do a class name. Let's do text center. Let's do flex. Let's do justify between. Let's do px80 space x20, and then let's make the text all white. Now the next thing we can do is we can do div class name. We don't actually have to have anything there. We could just say at wherever the at symbol is. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy and paste again. Why not? So again, I don't know what symbol this is, but if you want to, it's here. I'm gonna go quickly to our project. It's this one that I'm referring to right here. So you just go ahead and copy and paste that, and then paste it into VS Code, and you'll see it. Cool. So then outside of that one, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna have a terms and conditions. So we can say div. Let's just say terms and conditions, and then let's say div. Let's say class name flex space x2. Now we can go ahead and add in our like logos and stuff like that. So let's say div. Let's do class name. The background to all be black. Let's say p-2. Let's do a rounded full, and then let's say our Twitter is going to be linked here. Class name, and then we can say text white, and then also let's just do h6. So h6 height. No, h6 width 6. Twitter. Oh, it needs to be imported correctly. So make sure you import Twitter from Lucid React, and then it's gonna go away. So Twitter, and then yeah, we can go ahead and we can do this. No, let's do this 3 more times. So perfect. And then instead of Twitter, let's call this one LinkedIn. Again, just make sure that you're reporting the icon from Lucid React. So then let's do Instagram. Let's say we have an Instagram, and then let's do a Facebook. Cool. So I think you guys should know by now how to link this. So once actually somebody clicks on it, it will pretty much all you got to do is just change this to a link, and then pass in the href or like the URL to the website or the page. So yeah, I won't be doing that now, just because it'd take too much time to really add in all this stuff. So yeah, we really just focus on the fundamentals and then kind of growing from there. But yeah, of course, go ahead and send us in your stuff. Show us what you guys have done or taken inspiration from, and that's always like awesome to see. So then from there, we need to go ahead and we can't view our footer because we haven't imported it. So let's go back to our page.tsx, and then this will kind of conclude our landing page. So footer, and then let's go to our Asana, and then you can kind of see that, oh, so that actually looks really bad. Let's go ahead and figure out why. So our footer, the first thing we should do, we got hidden, MD flex, flex call, padding correct, justify between, text center flex, justify between, px80, space x1t, text white, and then we're gonna have, oh, so this is what it is. So again, another time where I've just closed the div way too early in this example. So I'm just gonna do div here above the section, and then you're gonna see that it's gonna look good. Scrolling all the way to the bottom, and boom, perfect. You now have a footer. So I think that's gonna conclude our startup landing page, just for part 1 of the video. In the next kind of series, we're going to be working on the product page as well as the contact sales page, as well as building out a pricing page. So yeah, so if you got to this part, that's awesome. Let me know like what parts were confusing for you guys, or what parts you guys are still unclear about, and I can always go ahead and reply in the comment section, as well as make some other videos. But yeah, that's it for me for right now. Let's continue into the next part. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's continue building from where we left off, and that was our footer. And let's go into, so what we should be looking to build out right now is our product page, and then our like kind of completed version of our project. We have that demonstrated here. So what we need to do is we need to go into our Navbar, and we need to change one of the values to redirect to our product page. So in our navigation menu bar, let's click into that, and then where it says features, we're gonna have product, demo, and community. So we can go to where it says getting started, and we can let's call this one features, let's rename it. And then we can go into where is our, we need to find out where it says introduction. So let's try to find introduction. So we can just search that up, introduction. Okay, so title introduction, this is where it is. So let's change this to a product, and then instead of going to docs, we can go ahead and we can change it to a product as well. So now once we go into our project, we're gonna have product here, and let's click on it, and then of course our page doesn't exist, so we get this error, which is fine. But that works perfectly for me. And then instead of saying reusable components built using ShadcnUI Tailwind CSS, we could say learn about the product and its features. And then let's go back. Let's see how that looks. Features. Okay, cool. Now we can also make some other changes to this. We can say instead of ShadcnUI, we could just say bird software. Again, all this text is filler text that you can go ahead and change to be your own. Let's see. And then, yeah. So what else do we have? Oh, we also have a logo here. So let's go ahead and let's say logo. Let's import it, and let's see what this looks like. And we have our logo as well. So we have it there as well as here. Okay, so product. Let's click on the product, and then we're gonna get the same error again. So what we need to do is we need to go into our app, and we need to create a new folder. So just make sure you're in app, create a new folder, and we need to call it product. Then we're gonna go and create page.tsx, and then we're gonna say sfc, and then we're gonna say a product page div, and then we're just gonna say hi, this is the product page. Cool. So now once we reload it, it's going to render what we typed. So as of right now, that's perfect, and we can go ahead and pull up our product page. So let's go to features, let's go to product, and then we can start using this as reference for what we're looking to build. The next thing I want to do is I want to move this, and then I want to have, we need to start building out our product page. So let's do, give me one sec here. Product. Okay, So to start this product page, one thing that you'll notice that is different is our navbar is different. So we can go ahead and we just import that right away. So we can just go and say import navbar. So let's go back to our project, and then we have our navbar. So the reason why I wanted to break everything up into like separate files or folders is the simple reason that if you go to the Asana website, you'll see that when you'll have this one navbar, right? The one that we already previously created for the landing page. But once you go ahead and you go into the actual product, you'll see that the navbar changes color. So now it's only white instead of what it was previously. So I kind of wanted to do the same thing here. So instead of having this landing page navbar, we're going to go ahead and create our own navbar inside of our product. And then that product is going to, we're going to use that one instead. So let's create a new folder. Let's call it navbar. So navbar. And then same thing as last time, we'll do a navbar.tsx. And then we'll also have a components folder. So we'll have components. And then we're going to go ahead and actually, to simplify things, we can go back into our landing page. Essentially, you can just copy this. Let's just copy the navbar. Let's delete this one. Move to trash, go into our product, and then just paste it. So now our product page has its own navbar with all the components that are previously there. And the one thing that we want to change is we don't want this one to have a background. So let's just do background there. And then now we're going to have a navbar that's going to be apparent. So let's go back into our page. And so instead of importing from the landing page, I want to import from the navbar in our project. So navbar. And now let's see what we got. Cool. So you'll see that we now have a navbar. And it's pretty much the exact same thing. The only difference is that there's no colors. Cool. So that's that. Now let's go ahead and we can actually build out our first section. So go into your product, create a new folder, create a first section. So this one's going to be the first section inside of our product page. So that's the kind of the way that I've mentally divided everything in my head. Let's go to page.tsx. Let's do sfc. Oh, sorry about that. Let's do sfc and then do a product page. Let's do div, and then let's go ahead and not product page. What am I doing here? Sorry. I'm gonna do sfc and I'm gonna do first section. Sorry about that. Div, and then we'll say hi. And then inside of our product page, we can go ahead and we can import this. So we can just say first section and make sure that we are importing it from /first section /page. And then you're able to see that there. Cool, that's perfect. So we should go and continue building out the first section. So in this one, I want to do a div. Again, the caps, do div. Class name. I'm going to do a flex if it's a medium-sized screen. I want there to be a space of 20 on the x-axis. I want to do py20 space y10. Items center, justify center. And then I want to create another div here. I'm going to do class name. I'm going to do space y-10. Do flex, call, flex, width 1/, MD width 1/3. Sorry about that. Do px10. We can actually just remove this one, but let's just keep it whatever. It's fine. It's not gonna make a difference. Class name text 6xl. And we want to say the number 1 software in product and project management. Cool. Div again. Let's do this. Let's close this. Let's close this div. Let's say class name text 2xl. We'll say bird connects. Close this also. We could just copy and paste, to be honest. Let's just do that. Save us some time here. So all I'm doing is I'm literally just copy and pasting what I have here. Cool. Now we can go ahead and we can go outside of this div and we can say class name flex space x4, and then we can say div class name bg black p-4, text white, text XL, and we can say rounded MD. Let's say get started. Cool. Now outside of this one, let's create another div. Let's call this class name border p-4 text XL rounded MD, and then this one's going to say view demo. And then to make things a bit easier, we can put these on the same line. Cool. Outside of this div, I want to go ahead and I want to add in a image. So let's say image. I need to import the image first. So let's see if we get the autofill. We do. Cool. Let's do image, and then we can say width, height. We're going to need an alt, and then we can just close it as well. So images, I want to do tab. I want to do my 6th one that I have. You can use any of yours if you have any. I want to do 700, and then I also want to do a class name of px10. Class name equals, oh, I already have the class name there, so I can just go and I can say px10. Okay, cool. So we have our image now. So that's perfect. And this is what we have in ours. Awesome. So, I mean, that was our first section done. It's pretty easy, pretty simple. We can go ahead and we can go to our second section now. So same thing, let's go into our product. Again, make sure that you're in the product one. And we're going to go second section. And then let's do a page.tsx. And then we can say sfc. Second section. We can say name. And then we can say hi. This is the second. This is the second. Whatever. It doesn't matter because we're going to change it anyways. Go back into our product page. And let's just say second section. Okay, cool. So what we're going to be looking at building now is this component right here. So let's do that now. Second section. So we're going to go and immediately just import the image because we're going to need it. So import, not import image from next image, and we can say class name py-10. I'm going to close this. I'm going to make it a little bit more visible for you guys to see. py-10, let's do space y10 items center justify center flex call, and then I want to say div. Oh, I got 2 arrows there. Let's close that. Do class name text 5xl, and then I want to say y bird. Again, let's just keep this consistent with the one line. Let's do div class name text 2xl text center, and then we can say according to X business. It doesn't really matter what this says here. Let's just do whatever the auto 79%. Okay, that's really long. I don't want to do all that. Achieve revenue growth. Let's just edit the sentence there. Again, this is all gibberish. You can go ahead and make up your own fake stats. But yeah, this is just some random thing that I found. Cool. So outside of that div, we can go ahead and we can create another div. We could say class name md flex space y-10 md space y0. Let's say md space x20, and then we're going to say text to, or not to XL, but just XL. And then we're going to say div. Looks like I forgot to close there. It's fine. Class name width 80, and then we're going to say text amber 300, and then we're going to say border P-8 rounded LG div class name flex item center space x2, and then we can say, we put this in another div, and then we can just put an image in the div. So actually we could just do without, it's fine, it wouldn't make a difference. Let's do, oh sorry, let's do image. I don't want to use that one. I have, sorry. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use my own image that I've found. So again, it's going to render an error because we don't have this image. So what I went ahead and I did is I downloaded a bunch of images that are completely free to use, and I put them in this folder here that again is available in my GitHub repository. So feel free to go ahead and use that because I mean it's all free images and it'll save you a lot of time when building this project. And then once you're done the project, you can always go ahead and just you know, change them up as you go. But I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna copy and paste all of the what should I say, like the icons that I have, and then I'm just gonna use those. So in my images folder, I went ahead and I created another one called icons, and I'm just calling the icons. Like for example, this is what they look like. And I'm just calling them to be used. So let's say if I refresh this, let's see if I've called it correctly. Okay, I have not. Let's try to figure out what's going on. So inside of my images, inside of my icons, I have a light bulb. So this is the light bulb right here, and this is the one I want to call. So I think it's because maybe it's too small. It's not being visible. Let's check. 250, 250, and then I want to call it class name. I want to do H20 width 20. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, so that's what it was. I just didn't have the sizing correctly. But there you go. We have our image now, and it's being rendered. So that is the same image that we have here as well. So let's go ahead and let's continue, and we can say div class name text 3XL. We can say 82% plus sign, and then that will indicate like our statistic. And then we can go ahead and we can close this div here. Sorry, we can close the div like this, and then we can say div should be one more actually here. Let's close. Oh, I didn't. That's fine. Yeah. So div class name. All I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to make it so that the image and this number are like in line with each other, and then I have like the text underneath. So I'm just looking at the styling that I have above, but it'll all work out the same, so it's fine. So div, let's do pt-4, and then let's say width 80, and then we can go ahead and say increased creativity. I don't know, it can be really anything you'd like. I'm using a light bulb, so that's why I put creativity. I just thought those two kind of go hand in hand together. But yeah, I mean, essentially that's the one there. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna bring this down, and then we can go ahead and we can just repeat this like 3 more times. So go ahead and right where it says width 80, take that and then use the div all the way to the bottom. It will highlight which one it's corresponding to, and then you can go ahead and you can just paste that to, and then I also have it 3 more times. So let's see what we got. And perfect. So we have our exactly how we have the layout exactly how we want, and we can go ahead and we can just change the images now. So the second one I had, let's just make up, where is our second one? I believe it's this one. Nope, that's the first one, second one. So I think we had like 37%. Let's do increased on time completion, And then I'm gonna go ahead and change it. Instead of being a light bulb, I want to use the clock. So I can do clock. Okay, and now I have that there. So let's do that, and then we can do, again, it can be any number. Let's just do 40 or 1% increased productivity and efficiency. Then we can change that one to, I believe we have like a refresh icon. So that looks like that. We can also just change this one to like blue, and then we can also just change pretty much, yeah, and there you go. So you now have that there. What does the clock one look like again? The text on the clock one is just black. Okay, so wherever the clock is, let's just remove this, and then it's just going to like auto default to black. Okay, cool. And now we just need one more. So what else to do? What else? What other one are we missing? A happy clients. Okay, so let's do the second one here. I think it was a check mark. Let's check what we called it. Yeah, we call it check mark. So check mark, and then let's just change this to green. Okay, and then we can just call this one, and we can just say happy clients. We can say 400 or something. I don't know, 2000 something. It doesn't really matter what it is. Let's check ours out, and perfect. So we have everything kind of working properly here, and I mean that's a really good start. So I think that kind of concludes. Let's check what it looks like on mobile just real quickly. So another thing you'll see here is our navbar. We have an issue with it not, being over top, right? We want this to go underneath. So let's try to figure out why that is. Let's go to our navbar inside of our second, and let's see why that is. Let's go back to Z X20, and we can go to our, let's say, first section. Interesting. Yeah, so that's another bug that we have to let's see what happens if we just remove this. And then if I sticky as well. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, right? Like we don't have to have it always be, let's see quickly if I do sticky. That's fine. Okay, I'm content with that. So it was like a slight bug that I had that I missed up until now, but essentially all it was saying if I go back, you see how you have the navbar following all the way along. Oh, actually, this is a very simple fix. What am I talking about? This shouldn't be the BG of this first section. It's fine, whatever. We'll just continue from there on, but okay. Yeah, so I figured out what the fix was, and it was in fact that we did not include a BG value here. So make sure that when you're in your app product navbar.tsx, you have a BG value, and then that way you're going to see that when we scroll, the issue is going to go away. So originally we didn't have anything like this, we had just this, and then you're going to see how once we refresh the page, you're going to see how it kind of becomes like it's transparent, and then it doesn't work. So yeah, so just make sure you have that there, and then you'll be good to go. So awesome. That concludes this section here. So let's go ahead and let's build out our third section now. So let's go to product, not new file. Let's go product. Let's go third section, and then let's do page.tsx. So page.tsx, and then let's do sfc third section. Cool. Then we're going to say third section. Now let's go right away into our product page, and then we can say third section. Make sure it's imported from ./third section/page. Now once we go ahead and scroll to the very bottom, you're going to see that we have third section right there. Awesome. So we can go ahead and we can just start building from there. what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to have essentially, let's go. So here, it's very similar to what we had on the landing page where we have the tabs that we navigate through. This is going to be a combination of the accordion from ShadcnUI as well as like an array of values. So we can go into our third section, and then I can go ahead and just import everything that we're going to need. So at the very top of our function, let's go and let's say use clients, and then we can just import all of these values. So these are the ones that we imported from the landing page. Just make sure you have them here as well. Now, what we want to do next is we want to go ahead and create an array, and then the array is what we're going to loop through the data, and then that data is going to be the one that's displayed. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to use the one that I've put in the GitHub repository just to save us some time so that we don't have to spend time, like filling out texts and like strings and stuff like that. So let's continue from there. And then the next thing that we can go ahead and do is actually just start building this thing out right away. Now, what I want to do is I want to go, so we have our array here, we have our objects, and we can just say class name py-10 space y-10 items center justify center flex call. Then I want to go ahead and say div and do class name text 4xl text center. I'm going to say built to support any team and workflow. And then let's keep this in line. Then underneath we can go ahead and say div, say class name flex space x10, and give them like a space between each other. Padding x10, say items center, say justify center. Now inside of here we can say div, just an empty div with an empty class name. The reason why we need this is we need this to be a column to have the effect that we want to create. So now let's go ahead and let's loop through everything. So let's say options.map option, and then we can say index as well, or we can include the index, and then we can say accordion. I'm just going to go ahead and add this quickly. So this is our accordion, so make sure you have accordion index type equals single default value set to marketing. That way this is the value that is opened no matter what. Then the next thing we can do is we can actually just, again, I'm going to go ahead and use the code that I've written in the GitHub repository just to save us some time. So we don't mess anything up, and also we're not going to be wasting, time that we could be spent developing on other more important things. So now once we go to our Asana, we reload it, we're going to have our the exact thing that we want to create. So you now have the marketing thing that's open, you have operations, product, and then you also have sales. So if you got to this point, that means you've done everything successfully. Again, make sure you check out the GitHub repository to save yourself some time, and then you can go ahead and worry about changing the text and stuff later. Awesome. So let's see what this looks like. One thing that you'll note is I've also made this non-collapsible. The reason behind that is it's a prop that you can pass to the accordion. So here you can say collapsible, and then this will make it so once you click it, it will close. I think the reason why I left this out was because once you close all of them, you now have this issue where like you get that effect right there. And I didn't want to have that. I wanted to always have the same width, like be consistent throughout, and then as the customer or the user, client, whoever comes to the website can go ahead and see all of the options be available. But yeah, if it's something you like, you can go ahead and always just put collapsible. But yeah, so you can't close them, which is what I prefer. But if you want to make it closable, just add in that. Awesome, so that's the third section. Now let's go ahead and let's build out our fourth section. So let's go to new folder, let's do fourth section, and then let's do page.tsx sfc fourth section div, and then we can just say fourth section. Let's go back into our page.tsx for our product page, and let's import our fourth section. Fourth section, and again, it's going to be from /fourth section. Cool. Let's go to this one is going to be, our fourth section is going to be this component right here, which is very easy to do, so you do that pretty quickly. Awesome. Let's go back into our fourth section. Cool. That looks pretty good. And then we have our fourth section at the bottom there. Awesome. So let's start coding this out. Fourth section, let's do the same thing we've been always doing, which was the padding y of 20. So class name md padding y20, padding 0 if it's a small screen, or padding on the y-axis to be 0 on a small screen. Space y20, so we can space everything out. Items center, justify center. And we can remove our fourth section. We don't need that text right there. Div. Let's do div class name text for Excel text center. Then we can just say the best platform for cross team work. Now I want to do this, and I want to say class name md flex. So on a large screen I want it to be visible. mx10, we also need that here as well. So mx10, then let's do items center px10, and then justify center. So inside of that we can go ahead and create another div. We can say class name, and then this is going to be our background gradient. So we can do bg gradient to the right. You can have it go from the left to the, if you want it to go to the bottom or to the top, that's going to be B and then T, and also L for left. So I'm going to be consistent with what I previously had, which was to the right, and I'm going to say from gray 400. You need to have a dash in between each of these letters, and then you're going to say to gray 100. Items center, justify center, rounded MD, and then flex as well as P-10. Cool. Now let's import our image. So image, import image from next image, and then we can go ahead and we can say, I'm going to go ahead and just copy paste this here. So let's add our image. We have, we've set some styling as well, so I'm pointing it to this one. Now underneath this one, I'm going to go ahead, I want to say div. I want to say class name flex, item center, justify center, padding y 6, md, width is going to be 1/2. Next thing I want to do is I want to go and I want to add in another one, which is going to say div. It's going to say class name text for Excel. I'm going to say flex. I'm going to say md space y20 space y10 flex call. And now I want to say another div here. I'm just going to say class name flex call. The flex call class is already pre-configured by Tailwind CSS, like by default. You don't have to put this, but just to ensure that this is going to be a flex call, I want to just say quickly connect complex work across teams. Awesome. So then underneath this one, I want to go ahead and put another one, div. This is going to be another one. It's going to say div. It's going to say class name text to XL. Then in there, I want to say decrease duplicate work and increase cross team visibility, momentum. Yeah, anything really will work. Doesn't necessarily have to be too fancy. Now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and I want to say get started. So class name, I just want to say padding -6. I want there to be a border. I want the width to be 40, or a max of 40, I should say. So border, width 40, rounded XL, and then text XL as well. And then this one's just going to say get started. Cool. So that should pretty much be everything for the forward section. Let's go ahead and check it out. And it is, yeah. So we have the best platform for cross-team work, as well as we have our image with the text as well here. So that's awesome. Now we can go ahead and we can go create our fifth section. So product, create a new one, fifth section. And our fifth section is pretty much going to be an exact copy of what our fourth section is. However, we're going to rotate like the column. So the one on the left here, the one on the right here will be on the left, and then vice versa for the image. So I'll do SFC, fifth section, div, and then we're just going to say fifth section. Cool. So just so that we can see what's happening in real time, let's go and let's import our fifth section. Awesome. So it's our fifth section, and then if we scroll to the bottom, we can see it again. So yeah, pretty much what we want to do is we just want to copy and paste our fourth section. So let's go to app, contact, not contact, product. Let's go to fourth section, and let's just copy and paste the entire thing. So go back into our fifth section, and then I want to go ahead and I want to fourth section. Yeah, so we're in our fifth section page. Let's just change this back to fifth section. So fifth section, we can go ahead and copy that, and then we can add it to the bottom here. So we have our fifth section. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to change, let's see what we got going on here. Cool. So we should have two exact ones, and we do. And all I want to do is I want to change, like pretty much, I want this image to come after. So to have that, all I got to do is take this part here, so underneath this div, and then I'm just going to go back to here as well. Alright, cool. And now underneath I'm going to go and say this, and now I'm going to have the opposite of which is what I wanted. So let's check it out. Cool. So we now have our text at the top, we have our card, or our column I should say, and then we also have all of the stuff related to what we need. So we can go ahead and we can just, you know, copy and paste this text from our finished product. That way we can just, you know, get stuff out the way. So let's see what we got. So decrease, I want to just say this, and then I also just want to get rid of this as well. So let's see. Our make work easy or something. Maybe work easy to find and share. Really anything. Okay, that works for me, yeah. So as long as you kind of understand like what's going on here, of course you can always go ahead and change what the content says or what it's doing, and then so on and so forth. So yeah, that looks good to me. As well as change the image related to that specific page. So instead of this one, maybe make it tab 3 or 4 or whatever other image you have. You can kind of see what's going on. And then if we go into our like a screen, let's just check. That looks pretty good to me. So again, that is our finished copy. I'm looking at the wrong one. We want to look at this one here. Okay, cool. Sorry about that, but yeah, here we have it. One thing I noticed is we don't actually have any padding on the best platform. These ones right here, so we can go ahead and just add that really quickly. So the best platform so all we have to do there is we just have to say px10. Now it's centered as well as it's away from the corners, which is what we want. And then I want to do the same thing with this one. So back to our fourth section, wherever it says the best platform, we'll just do px10. Cool. And now it looks like it fits the screen properly. Cool. So, and again, we'll just differentiate it a bit. So we could say, instead of both having the same thing, we can just say, our customers are bettering a better world with birds. Sure. Something super dramatic like that also works. Why not? Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and let's continue and let's start building out the sixth section. So we'll go to product, create a new folder, call it sixth section. And then let's go and let's say page.tsx, sfc, sixth section. We can just say hi. Cool. Now in this section, all we're looking to do is pretty much just create the logos again. Let's go back to our finished copy. This was going to refer to our sixth section. This is a very simple one, so we can get this out the way pretty easily. Again, we can import our image right away because we're going to need that. So we just say import image from next image, and then here we're going to have a number of classes. So let's do that. Class name, padding y20, md space y20 to space everything out a bit. Item, I want them in the middle, and then I want to put them in the center as well. So flex call. And then I want to say div. I'm going to say class name text for Excel, text center px10, and then I'm going to say 80% of businesses. Sure, 80% of customers increase their revenue within 6 months of using Bird. Sure, why not? Let's go ahead with that. We can go ahead and just close these divs out. We don't need them. And then let's continue building out. So we're having a little glitch there. Now let's just say div, say class name, say md flex. On the medium side screen, I want it to be going across like in a row. I want to say md space x20 items center, justify center, div class name, I want there to be a border on the bottom, and then when I'm on a bigger side screen, I want it to be on the right hand side, and then I want on a medium size screen, I want the border on the bottom to disappear, so border be 0, and then I want the maximum width on each like side or each logo to be 80. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste the images that I have, and then you can go ahead and add in a number of them. So let's take from here to here, and let's just copy and paste it 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. Cool. So now we have 4. We should have 4 images, and let's check out what it looks like. I don't believe we're going to be able to see it because we haven't actually, we haven't. So we haven't passed our 6th section to our page. So let's go ahead and do that. 6th section, and then let's see what we got. So now I go to the bottom, and that's awesome. So we're able to see all of the images that were created. And if we go to the smaller size screen, we can go ahead and we can see that we have the border appear on the bottom, as well as we have the text centered. So I mean, that's super good. And now all we have to do is just change the images to be a little bit different, right? We don't want the same image every time. So let's make this one, for me it's the 8th, and then this one I think is the 5th one, and then I don't know, maybe we could do like a 3rd one. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, this image on the end here looks a little bit crazy, so I might just pick another one. Let's do a 4th one. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, okay, same thing. Yeah, really. I don't know, maybe 9. Let's see that. Okay, yeah, that looks good to me. I'm happy with that. Now let's go ahead and let's check out what else we have to build. So now it's going to be our features kind of section, and then we already have these 3 built out. I guess you could call it 2. So we had this one, and then on the bottom of that one here. So these ones are going to be easy to do. So let's go ahead and let's build out this 7th section now. We have kind of already talked about how we're going to be doing it with previous sections, but this one will be a little bit different. So let's do 7th section, and then let's just do page.tsx. SFC 7th section, and then I'm going to click tab, div, and then we're going to get my 7th section. I'm going to make sure to import it right away so that we can see the changes happen. 7th section, and then I'll go to the very bottom of my project, and then I'm going to pull it up, but yeah, so here I have my 7th section right there. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's actually build this thing out. 7th section. Now all I got to do is here. So we're going to import our image right away. So we can just say import image from next image. Then we are going to have a number of classes for this one, but it'll be pretty easy considering like we've already kind of done stuff like this. It'll just be a matter of putting it out like an image with some text, and then kind of having that be displayed in rows, and I'll kind of explain more here. So for the div, we just do class name flex call, and then in here we're going to say div class name padding y of 20 space y of 20. I'm going to close this so you guys can better see it. Items center, justify center, flex call. I want to give it a special background color, so let's do the number sign as well, and then we can say E5 or E5 E4 E2. Close that, and now we can go ahead and say div. Again, caps killing me here. Div class name text 4XL MD width is going to be 40%. Text center, we're going to say robust features to achieve any business objective as your company, as your team scales. Sure, that works. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make sure to remove this div, and then I can actually create a new div here. So class name, I'm going to say space y-10, I'm going to do md space x40, space everything out, and then I want to say md flex, md space y is going to be set to 0, and then I'm going to say md space, I think I went too far back there, 2 space y0, yeah, so that's correct. And then here I want to say div class name flex call width 96, so I want to set it to, and then I want to do space y-4, and then I want to say flex. Okay, so I have flex and flex call, that's fine, so I just need to do flex call there. Oh, width 96, flex, yeah, flex call, flex, that's fine. Now let's go in and import our image, so import the image, so src can be anything. So we're going to change these to be a bit different in a second. I'm just going to go through the autofill. Alright, and then I'm going to close this. So cool, so this one's going to be, the height is going to be set to 20, and then the width is going to be set to 20, and then I'm also going to change this to be 300 and 300, and then I also want this to be an icon as well. So again, make sure you checked out the GitHub repository to use the same assets I'm using. But yeah, there's some good ones in there, and they're entirely free to use, so why not use them, right? Okay, cool. So we have our gear icon there, and now we just have to build out the rest of kind of the text. So let's say div, let's say class name text 2XL font semi bold, and then I want to say drive cross team efficient, not egg, but efficiency. And then I want to say div class name margin left to be 6 pixels, I should say, and then space y-4. Now I want to include all of my text, so I want to say I want this to be on the same line so it's easier to read. Class name text. Actually, we could just say text XL here so that we save ourselves some time. So instead of pre-configuring all of these, we can just say div, and then we can just copy and paste all of the text that we want. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to put this here, and then I'm going to pretty much just do that for the, so I'm going to just take this one, copy it, paste it again, and then I'm just going to change the text as I see. So this is going to go here instead. And then here I'm also going to say this one as well. Cool. Now let's go ahead and let's check out what this is going to look like. Should be awesome. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. I think it really illustrates what, I guess we have the font bold here. Why is that? We don't want it all to be bolded. We just want the one to be bolded. So I'm going to go, so I forgot to close it here. So div. Now only the title should be bolded. Yeah, and it is. So yeah, just make sure that you are closing this font semi-bold to only have this text be bolded. Now essentially all we have to do is we just have to copy and paste this 2 more times. So let's go ahead and let's just take where it says space Y -10 all the way down. It will highlight which one it needs to be copied to, but you can just take this one here and then you can go ahead and put the other one as well. So, and now let's check out what we got. So these are all flex calls, which is not what we wanted. Let's try to figure out what's going on here. So space flex calls, flex call. I want to go ahead and I want to remove, let's make this a flex. Okay, that didn't work either. What if we just remove this entirely? Okay, so that also didn't work. We need to, on a medium-sized screen, it's a flex. Let's see. What we can do is we can go ahead and we can just create a div at the very top of this one, and then we can make it a flex like this. So underneath here, and underneath here. So 2 from the bottom, we can go ahead and we can force this to be a flex. We can say class name, we can just say flex. Let's see what we got now. And that works perfectly fine for me. So yeah, so pretty much all we're doing there is we're just saying that these, I'm just curious as to why these, something might just not be closing correctly. It's fine. We don't, let me see if this is flex call. Essentially all we're having here is, it's not like an issue per se, but we're just not having it rendered correctly, which is fine. Say space x40, and yeah, it spaces out. Let's just quickly reload everything, make sure we don't have a caching error. Then if we go here, so when we're going down, yeah, so when we go to a small size screen, it's meant to be a flex. So we're gonna say MD flex, not MD, not MF, sorry, MD. And then if I go here, okay, so now it's appearing. We just have to figure out MD, space it out like this, and then we can just say space Y-10. And then if we go to, yeah, so essentially you can just take this class here, and you could just reapply it here. It's very, very interesting. I don't know why this is, let's see. Yeah, okay, so it could be a mistake on my end there, but pretty much just apply that class, and then you can remove it from here as well, because it's not actually doing anything. Awesome. All right, so that kind of concludes. Let's see if we go back. All right, awesome. So now all we pretty much have to do is just copy and paste this over again. And instead of just doing it once, we just have to do the one including all 3. So where we just wrote that class right there. So underneath robust features, find this div, and then it will highlight which one. So again, 3rd one from the bottom. We can go ahead and we can just copy and paste all of this again. So we can say underneath here, let's just redo this one and let's paste it. And let's see what we get. And again, you're gonna get the same thing over. You're gonna kind of duplicate it, and let's see. Perfect. So that works fantastic. And now we just have to go ahead and kind of restyle this thing. So let's go through each of them and let's make it work. So, okay, so where we have drive cross-team efficiency, that one works pretty good. Now we need to do the next one, which is down here. So we can say automate processes. We can say, we just copy and paste all this text, to be honest with you. Let's just go back into our project. Okay, cool. So we can just take this. Copy this. Again, make sure that we're copying everything correctly. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty much just a matter of time, like going ahead and kind of making things your own. The next thing I want to do is I want to change this icon to be a puzzle icon. And then here I want to do get real-time updates or insights. Next, I want to do this. So let's do that. Build, and then let's do this. Got 2 dots there. Template library. Cool. And now we can go to this icon. I think it was called refresh. Yeah, I think it was refresh -2. And then we can go into the next one. This one is just going to be a lock icon. And then we can just say protect sensitive data. Yeah, so this would be a great time to kind of pause the video and really kind of review what we've been working on, and then you can go ahead and make your own changes to everything as you see fit. Manage resources. Okay, so that one's the same already, it's fine. Then we also have this one, so protect sensitive data, manage permissions and settings. Alright, cool. So I think we can pretty much just wrap it up after this one. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do contacts. And then I'm just going to skip to the bottom. I'm just going to say whatever the last one was. So set goals and alignment. And then whatever the icon was. So menu. You can go ahead and you can fill out the rest of this. But let's go back into ours and let's see what we got. So we now have our updated features. That looks pretty good to me. It kind of talks about the features of the product in our product page, and yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. So we can go ahead and we can conclude that one. And now the next thing I want to do is I want to implement our 8th section again. So our 8th section has already been completed in our last page, so we can go ahead and we can just copy that. So copy, and then let's go into our product and let's just paste it. So we now have our 8th section, and then this is pretty much the exact same thing. So let's go to our page.tsx, and let's import our 8th section. 8th section, and then you can go ahead and view it. So give it a second to load, scroll to the very bottom, and then you're going to see it again. So which is what we already created on the landing page. It's going to be the exact same thing. And then we can also do the same thing for the footer. So let's go ahead and let's copy and paste the footer. So copy from our landing page, go into our product, paste it, and then we can go ahead and we just import the footer. So footer, and then make sure it's from /footer page. And now once we go to the very bottom again, you're going to see that we have a footer. Perfect. So that concludes the end of this, I guess, page, you could say. And the next part, we're going to go ahead and build out the pricing. But yeah, I mean, that looks really good to me. And if you're wondering why the footer is not appearing here, it's because we've disabled it on a smaller screen. So that was done by this class right here, where it says hidden. So if we remove it, you'll see it will come back, but it doesn't look good, so I just removed it. Cool. Let's go ahead and let's build out the pricing page. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to add a pricing page to the top here. So I want to go ahead and go back to what my main section is, and I want to go to my navbar, and then navbar.tsx, and then where it says navigation menu bar, I want to go ahead and I want to create a new page. So where it says pretty much the same thing where you see documentation, I want to go ahead and copy and paste the new one. So navigation menu, go ahead, copy it, and I'm just going to put a new one, and I'm going to say pricing. Now let's go ahead and see. So we have our pricing right there. And yeah, we can make a link to our pricing page. Pricing. Okay, cool. So now we have to do the same thing as we've always done. which is create a new folder inside of our app. So let's call it pricing, and then let's call it page.tsx, and then we can go ahead and say sfc pricing page. And tab, say this, and then you can just say pricing. Awesome. So now once we go ahead and we click our pricing, you're going to get redirected to our pricing page where we have created a function, and then we've also we've entered some text called pricing. So let's go ahead and let's build this part out. What we're going to need is we're going to need a navbar as well. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste the navbar from not our contact, not our landing page, but our actual product. So copy, go into pricing, paste it, and now instead of calling this one pricing, we'll just call our navbar as well. So navbar. Cool. And now you're going to have our navbar as well. So everything like that is working. So the next thing you'll see is you'll be like, well, where is our pricing page, right? And that's because we have two separate navbars, right? We have the navbar that we created on our landing page. That one we have set to be redirected. So again, we're going to make sure that we have a pricing inside of this navbar as well. So let's go into our navbar, and then let's go into our navigation menu, and then again, where it says documentation, we want to copy that one again, and then I want to do this as well. So let's call this one pricing, and then we can go ahead and call this pricing. So that way, once we go into, let's say, our pricing page, we actually have another one called pricing as well. So of course, it doesn't necessarily matter because we're also on that page, but it's just nice to be consistent and also make sure that pages are not like disappearing depending on what page we're on, right? Like we want to have everything be apparent. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do this now. Where is our pricing? Okay, so pricing, we have our navbar, page.tsx, and the next thing we want to do is we want to just create our first section. So let's do that. So create a new folder inside of our pricing called first section, and then I want to do page.tsx. The next thing I want to do is I want to do sfc, and I want to do first section, and then I want to do div, and then I want to just say, you can just say hi. I want to go immediately into our pricing page. So app pricing page.tsx. I just want to say pricing, not pricing page, but I just want to say first section. Cool. So we've imported it, and that's good to go. So we have our hi there. Let's go into our first section and let's import some stuff right away. So we can go ahead and we can say use client, because we're going to be using a use effect or a use state later. You can say import, I'm going to say calendar days from Lucid React. I'm going to do calendar minus, and then I also want to do a check, all from Lucid React. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to say import. I need to import React from React, as well as a use state. Cool. So here in this page, we are going to set the function to be able to kind of flip between pricing, right? Because in our final project, depending on where we are, if we're doing monthly or yearly, we have some values that will be updated. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to build that now. So the first thing I want to do is I want to create some states. I say const is a monthly plan, and then I'm going to do set is monthly plan, and then I set the use state equal to true, and then I'm going to say const toggle plan, and then I'm going to say equals arrow function, and then I'm going to say set is monthly plan to the opposite. So the reason what I'm doing here is I'm saying if it is the monthly plan, pass in the opposite, right? Because I wanted to do the opposite thing. So this will make more sense later, but yeah, pretty much just make sure you have this here. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to say div. If I'm not mistaken, we might actually not even need this. Yeah, I don't think we even need this. We can actually just delete this. Yeah, sorry, that was an oversight by my part. Originally what I had was something that maybe included it, but I left it out. So flex call space y10, padding bottom of 20, and then items center, justify center. You can say div class name space y6 flex call text center, padding at 20 of padding top of 20, padding x of 10, md px 0, div class name text gray 800 text XL. So it's all caps. I'm going to say pricing, and then I want this to be consistent. So pricing div, again I want this one to be on the same line, class name text 5XL, and then let's just say easily organize your work, start free. Then I want to say div class name text 2XL, and then I want to say text gray 500, and then I'm going to say access birds features, no credit card required. Cool. Now we are going to check and see what that looks like. All right, that looks pretty good to me. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's keep building on that. So underneath this one, we want to go ahead and create some new divs. So we want to say div, I want to say class name, make it flex, so I want them to be aligned on the x-axis. And then I want to say px-10, md px0. Then I want to create my buttons, so I want to say button class name, and then again I want to use the curly bracket, I want to use a backtick, and then I also want to use the $sign, and then I also want to use the back like the curly bracket again. So I'm going to say is monthly plan. So I mean we've already kind of got the autofill working here, but I'm going to go ahead and type this out instead. So monthly plan. So we're going to conditionally render the classes based on the value. So BG blue 500, and then we're going to say text white. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say if it is not like the monthly plan, we can go ahead and say BG gray 200 and then text 800. Then I want to go ahead and where I'm closing this, I want to say, I want to close here, and then I want to say P-4. I want to say rounded LG, and then I want to do focus outline none width 40, and then I want to say MD is width is going to be 80. So I'm essentially just setting the properties to be that. So do that, and then I'm going to say on click. No, so actually where we have this MD, I want to end my classes right there. So close that, and I want to say on click set is monthly plan to equal to true. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say div class name flex, and now I'm going to be styling the inside of the button, center, justify center, and do space X4. And then I want to do my signs that I've imported, so counter minus. If you guys can go ahead and maybe apply some better icons here. I really wasn't able to find like really anyone to indicate one for monthly and then one for yearly inside the React one, or the Lucid React one I should say. But yeah, if you guys can go ahead and add in your own. So div class name, text 2XL, and then I want to say monthly. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to close. Actually, we already have the div closed there, so that's perfectly fine. Then now what I want to do is where this div is here, you're going to see that I have my monthly one. Now I want to go ahead and I want to essentially show my other class here. So I'm going to go to this one. I'm going to take this button pretty much. I have this little caching error here, so it's going to go away. Okay, and it does. Pretty much all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this button and I'm going to copy and paste it. So I'm going to say the inverse. So I'm going to differentiate this one, I'm going to space it out. But pretty much I just want to apply the opposite styling. So if the button is not the monthly plan, you're going to see that now this is the styling that is being selected. So BG gray, padding -4, this is correct. Instead of the L, we want the R. Then I want to say that's correct. Instead of setting monthly plan to true, I want to set it to false. So I think now we have it where you can flip between the two, and you can display, or the classes will display differently depending on which button is selected. So, and then also we can go ahead and change this, so this one to be yearly. And also this calendar sign can just be calendar, it's fine. Calendar days, I think it was called. Yeah. Alright, so now that I'm thinking about this, actually, we could have probably called this class name something a bit better. We could have said is active plan. I think that would actually make a lot more sense. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, because is monthly plan doesn't really tell me any, like the user anything, or especially. So let's just say this is active plan. Set is, and then I'm just going to take this here. So set is monthly plan, and then I'm going to take this one. Cool, and then I'm going to just take this again. So, alrighty, so nothing really changed, like in terms of product wise, or like code wise, but all we're saying is the active. We just reset the state pretty much. The state name was just a little bit confusing because, again, it was asking if it was the monthly, but we also have a yearly plan, so it didn't really make too much sense. Okay, so now the next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and actually build out these cards, and we can go ahead and do so relatively quickly, so let's do that. Now, underneath this button, whatever, the second button here, nope, this button, cool. We have this div, we can go ahead and we can create another one, just say div, and then we can say another div, and we're going to go ahead and inside of this one, same thing, we're going to conditionally render these classes. So class name, we're going to do backtick $, dollars, yeah, $, curly bracket, we're going to say is active plan. Any question? So if it is, we're going to block, and then we're also going to say if it is not, we're going to hide it. Text center, so we also want to apply that here. So text center, text to XL. Now let's go ahead and let's see what that looks like. So yeah, that didn't do much, and that's fine. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to, yeah, we could actually probably just remove this because we're not conditionally rendering anything based on classes. So let's actually just remove that. It's fine. Again, it's another oversight on my side. We don't need that. Now we can go ahead and we can actually just start building out these actual like cards. So let's go to here, do div class name, MD flex, we want them to go across on a medium sized screen, padding 10, MD space X 10, space Y dash 10, and then if it's on a big screen, we don't want there to be any space on the Y axis. Items center, say justify center, MD width 3/5, MD MX auto, Cool. And now we can go and say div class name. Let's say class name. Let's say border gray 500 p-10 rounded LG, a border space y8, and then MD width is going to be 1/2. Now we can say div, we can say class name text to Excel, and then we're just going to say basic. Then I want to say tag div, or yeah, div class name text Excel for teams that need to create project plans with confidence. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say another div here. I say div. And again, we can actually just show you what is going on. So as of right now, this is what we have so far. But yeah, let's go ahead and select div. Maybe I can move this to the side so you can see it at the same time. Cool. So we can do div, and then I can also say for teams that need projects, we can do another one, which is going to be the price. So div class name. There's not going to be any. Yeah, there is. Let's do text 5XL, font semi bold, and then we can just say US $0. Okay, cool. So we have that one right there, and then we can go and put another div underneath. We can say div class name. We can say there's no class name to apply to this one. I mean, you can make it text empty if you'd like, but it's not required. Per user, per month, billed annually, and then this one is $144.99, for example. So this was something from the Asana website that they had underneath each of the prices, and I just went ahead and I copied it. So yeah. Now we're gonna go and say another div. We're gonna say class name, text center, and then I'm gonna create a button. I'm gonna say button, and then I'm gonna say class name, button class name, BG blue 500, text white, PX4, PY2, rounded LG, text XL, and then I'm going to say width is going to be full as well. And then in this one, I'm going to say contact sales. See what that looks like. It looks pretty good. And then underneath this div here, where we have text centered, I want to go ahead and I want to say div, and then I want to say class name text to Excel underline text center, and then I'm just going to say purchase now. Cool. So we have our purchase now button, and this is what it looks like in our final presentation. So yeah, we're getting pretty close to that stage. Awesome. So now I want to go ahead and I want to build out the list that we're going to be building out here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. Let's go back to our application. Alrighty, so purchase now, and then underneath this one we're going to go say div. It's going to say class. We don't need it. Again, we can do text LG or MD, sure. I'm going to say manage tasks and personal to dos, and then let's make this on one line so it does not get too far down. Just reorganizing here is nothing. Don't worry about this right now. You don't have to do this, but I like to just be able to conceptualize stuff a bit easier. And then I want to go ahead and say div class name flex space y6 flex call. Then I want to say div. Then I want to say class name. Say flex space x6. And then I want to do div, and then I want to do a check. The check icon that we imported earlier. So cool. Let's see what we got. So we have our check icon, and now we just need to apply the text. So let's say div class name text gray 500, and then we can go ahead and click, say like timeline. Okay, so we reached like an interesting stage of the project. Pretty much all that really happens from here on out is we're just gonna be copying and pasting all of the code that like from here. Like pretty much this is all just gonna be copy and paste. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to just, if you want to go ahead and do so, feel free to copy and paste from the what should I say? Like the GitHub repository, just so that you can save yourself some time. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. So I'm just gonna take all this and then I'm gonna just paste it in here. So it's just gonna save me a bit of time, so that we don't have to be spent, like again, just rendering strings and stuff like that. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna remove this high also. We don't need that. Cool. Now the next thing I want to do is, let's see. We now have. So we officially have the one card, right? Now all we need to do is we need to display the second card. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to build that part out now. So when you go from where it said MD, this right here, MD, I had 2 dashes there. We need to go ahead and we need to copy and paste this. So I'm going to go all the way to the top. Take this part here, and then I'm going to copy and paste it. So again, 1 from the bottom, space, space, and then I'm going to see what it renders. It looks like it renders out in a flex call, which is fine. However, we need it to be a flex, like a flex direction. So let's go ahead and figure out why that is. So this is going to be a similar situation to the last one where the very top, let's do flex, not flex call, let's just do flex. Okay, no, not that. Here we have, so okay, underneath this one we can go ahead and create a div. This is pretty much the same solution as last time. Div class name flex. It's an easy fix, and it is like very easy. So also here, and then to the very bottom of this one, we can go ahead and we can just close the div. So now all we have to do is we have our flex, which is fine. We need to just say flex, make sure it's only on a medium screen. Right, because when we go to a small screen, we want it to look like that. Awesome. So let's go ahead and let's add in the next component. So wherever underneath the last one that we just copied and pasted, so 3 from the bottom, take the div, go all the way back to the very top, and then copy and paste, or copy I should say, and then go underneath it and then paste it. And let's see what that looks like. So we have extremely thin cards. Let's figure out why that is. I don't think this will be too easy. I don't think this will be too difficult, I should say, to figure out. So MD width 3/4. Let's see what this is. Okay, so I went ahead and I just deleted the width here. Let's see what this looks like. Wherever I had the width of right here, I'm just deleting that. I'm just gonna try and see what it looks like. And yeah, I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Now the only thing that we have to do is, let's see, Yeah, okay, so yeah, just make sure you delete the class that I previously had where it was basically setting the width to be 1/2. We don't want that to be the case here. I think that looks pretty good like that. And then if we go back to our final project, we have this. The card is a bit smaller, I would admit. We can maybe, what we can do is we can change the padding -10 to maybe be, let's see, if we just remove the padding -10, okay, that's from the, we don't want to remove that part. Just want to go back to here. But yeah, okay, you can play around with it. You can make it really however you want. But I mean, I think this is fine. It kind of gets the point across. Now what we want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to render so once I click on yearly and like the different prices, I want to render different data, of course, right? Because different plans are going to have different amounts depending on what their value is, and then also if it's yearly or not. So let's go outside of this one where basic, because our basic is set to 0. I want to go ahead, I want to call this one premium, and then I want to take the border, I want to make it purple. So border gray, just change this to purple 500. And then I would say that probably does, if I remove this, let's see, I'm just trying to figure out what is causing it to not be the exact same. So I'm gonna assume it was probably, yeah, it was probably something related to that, but I'm gonna go back and put that back. Okay, so now I have my premium one, that one's purple, and then I'm going to essentially basically conditionally render the price based on the value. So where it says text XL, where it says 4 teams underneath here, I want to go ahead and I want to say if, see, this is where it makes more sense to be, is a monthly plan. Is active plan, I wish I didn't change it, but I did. So is active plan, and then I want to say, I want to go ahead and I want to say div. So instead of this here, I want to delete this one. And then where it says this one, I want to delete this one also. And then I want to say per user. So let's say is active plan. Oh, let's just change it to 129.99. 12.99. Let's see what we got. So we have 12.99, and if I click yearly, it makes it bigger. And now the next thing I want to do is I want to figure out why the classes are, like, why I'm getting this weird space. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Okay, it's going way down now. So let's go back to this, let's change this out. Okay, space, figure out what exactly is making it not be the same, other than what I can think. Only thing, no, that might make sense. So then underneath here, what I'm forgetting here is I'm forgetting this class that says div per user per month. Again, this is something I just copied and pasted from the Asana website. So build annually, and then I can just say the price. So let's just change this to be something different. So like 339 or something. Okay, so now if I click yearly, it changes. So that was pretty much the oversight that we had there. And now again, if I go to my monthly, it changes back. So again, we don't need to keep it at this price. I mean, if it's yearly, it's most likely going to be probably like $100, so we can just change it to 99. But I just wanted to clearly illustrate the difference that you can make depending on which one is being referred to. So cool. So yearly, multiply yearly, and then again we left this one out. So awesome. I mean, that works perfect for me. And now we can go ahead and we can go to the last one here where it says like the last card here. So whoever should be at the bottom. Yeah, so let's just call this one business, and then we can pretty much just copy and paste the exact same code here. So underneath where we have for teams that need confidence, we can go ahead and just say so for teams. Yeah, so let's delete this one and this one, and then let's just say this. Yeah, so now you're seeing the difference in values. So for the business one, let's just say it is $49.99, and then for the, I guess you could say it's going to be $599 yearly. And then also I want to change the background grade to be blue 500. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, that would be the pricing card. Let's quickly check if we forgot anything. And yeah, I mean, that's it. So, I mean, really the only differences are that we made the cards a bit bigger or a bit wider. But other than that, it's the exact same thing. And then if you go into the small screen, it looks the same. Fantastic, 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 fantastic. So let's go back into our project, and then where it says first section, let's go ahead and let's add in our next section. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste what I believe was called our 7th section. Manage permissions. No, I believe it was our 8th section. It's called our 8th section. Yeah, it was this section here. So inside of our product, we can go ahead and we can just copy this, and then we can go into our pricing, and then we can just paste it. So we have our 8th section, and I'm just going to rename this folder to be our 2nd section. And then inside of here, we can go ahead and we can just change 8th section to be 2nd section, and then we can just go to the bottom here, and then just change that. Now, inside of our Navbar, or inside of our pricing page, I should say, we can just import our 2nd section. Cool. So now you're going to see, once it's done loading, the 2nd section is going to be visible, which is actually just going to be our 8th section from our landing page and our product page. And then the last thing I also want to do is add in our footer. So let's go and grab the footer from the landing page. So copy, go into our pricing, let's paste it, and then we now have our footer. So we can go and we can just go back into, and we can say our footer, so footer. Cool. So that concludes the pricing page. Let's see. Quickly double check. Looks pretty good to me. And yeah, I mean, we have everything working. So that concludes our pricing page. As well, we've also completed our product page, and we've also completed our landing page. The last page we're going to be working on is going to be our contact sales page. And this is going to be a page where we're going to have a fully functioning form using NodeMailer to like send, or not send, but capture emails from people coming to the website, as well as just, you know, different information that we can collect from different users. So I really modeled it off of what Asana has here, and we're going to kind of make it our own as well. So this is what we are going to be building. Let's go to contact sales. This right here. Okay, cool. I'll see you in the next part. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's continue building out our contact page. So the first thing we're going to do is go back into our code. What is the error that we're getting here? Just ignore this error here. I'm just going to close that. It seems to be like a caching issue. I'm just going to reopen my VS Code here. So I'm just going to say not that, but this. I'm going to say new window. Give me a sec here, guys. You'll be able to see this in a sec. Alright, cool, yeah. So it's just a little bit of a caching here. That's fine. So pricing page, we need to go to our contact page, and then we need to import. Actually, let's copy and paste the Navbar first. So copy from pricing, paste it, import it. Navbar. We now have a Navbar on our page. If we run the application again, I need to do that. npm run dev. We're gonna have an Navbar in a second. Okay, so the styling did not apply properly. Let me refresh, and there it is. So again, we have our Navbar. So in our, let's go back to what we're looking to build here. Contact sales, we have text, and then we have a form. We have like the submit button. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's go to contact, create a new folder, call it first section. This is where we're going to store our form. First section, go ahead, do page.tsx, and then we can do sfc first section. Do div, and then we can just say first. Go right away into our contact page. So not here. So app contact page.tsx, and then import our first section. Cool. So let's go back. Let's see what it looks like, and it says first. Nice. So this is going this page. Just go to first section. You're gonna have it's going to be a use client because we're going to be using a use state. So use client import use state from React import Zod resolver. So actually maybe we should do let's see if we have import Zod resolver. Yes, we do not have the module. So to get the module, let's go ahead and go into our components, and then let's go to where it says form. Form. So make sure you go to the CLI command, and then you go into create a new terminal, and then you just click add form. So we're gonna add the form, and then this package is going to come installed. So go ahead, I'm gonna close this, and you're gonna see it goes away. The next thing I want to do is I want to do import use form from React hook form, and then I want to do import all. So in this case, we're going to use a star to do that. Import all as Z from Zod, and then we're also going to need the select. So let's go to select, and then let's add it. So let's go back into, let's add another terminal, npx ShadcnUI at latest add select. It's going to add that, and then we're also going to need, let's see what else. Okay, we got that. Now we have the button already installed. Sorry about that. I'm just going to check which ones we already have. Yeah, so I mean, it looks like we already have everything. Do we have the input? We do. The last thing we're going to need is a text area. So go to text area, copy that, and then let's create it. Or let's add it, I should say. Cool. So we now have the text area in, and let's go back to our application, and let's rerun it just to make sure nothing broke, and it didn't. Awesome. So we have everything working as needed. Now we can just go ahead and import all the stuff. So starting with the sheet, or not the sheet, I should say the select. Select, go ahead and copy all that stuff, and then let's go to the very top and paste it. The next thing we're going to need is the button. So import button, and then I also want to just do import, I'm going to say form, and instead of doing this one by one, actually we can just copy paste it from ShadcnUI. So let's go to here where, well, let's say, so we have our form. Okay, so it looks like they don't have it pre-configured, so we're just gonna have to do it one by one, but that's fine. So let's do import form control form field make sure you spell these exactly how I'm spelling them. Form item, form label, form message, and that will be everything. Let's do import from @/components/UI/form, and then we can also import our input. So import input, and then we can also import our use toast. So that's another one we didn't install. We need to add our toast. So underneath text area, go ahead and add toast. If you're wondering how I'm able to run these commands while also my application not crashing, what I'm doing is I'm just running it in another terminal. So I have this one running the actual server, and then I have this one just for commands and stuff. So that's how it's not breaking. Okay, so now I want to do import use toast and make this smaller. So okay, that's fine. This is like a caching error right now. Import, I want to say text area, and we're good. Has no exported member called use toast. It's because it's not being imported correctly, so this one's supposed to be from use toast. So make sure you have this. So import use toast from @/components/UI/use toast. And yeah, that's right here, useDose.ts. This one comes installed, or it comes once you install it from ShadcnUI. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we are going to define the schema. So we're gonna go ahead and say const form schema equals z.object, and then we're going to say first name. So this is going to be the first value in our form. We're going to say z. We can do this fill, but let's just keep it simple. Z.string. We're going to do a last name. Same thing, z.string. We're going to do an email, and then we're going to say z.string .email, and also make sure that you have commas at the end of each of these. And then we're going to say a phone number, so underscore phone number, z.string, same thing, country, and then this one's going to be a little bit different because it's going to be an enum, so we're going to say z.enum, and then we can include these countries. In our application we will not be using these. We're going to use Canada. We can do uppercase. Yeah, let's just do uppercase. Canada, string, and then let's create another string, and let's call this USA. You can go ahead and you can add in as many values as you want. I'm content with these two, but yeah, go ahead and add them as your business grows. So we can do company underscore size, and same thing. So we're going to have z.enum between 1 to 10, 11 to 50. These are all string values, and that's like kind of the most important part of this. So now that we have that, we can also do info. So we can say info, and then we could say z.string. And now let's go ahead and let's close all of this. So we can just say bracket and then slash. Cool. So we now have our form schema. So we're saying that we're pre-configuring the values to be these. So whatever somebody puts, it has to be a string. Whatever somebody selects, it has to be one of these values, and so on and so forth. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's create the types. So we'll say type form values. We're going to say equals object. We're going to say first name, and then I'm going to get the autofill as well. So again, it's pretty much the same thing going on here. We're now going to take these form values, and then we're going to pass them to the form. But one other thing I want to change is where it says country. I want this to be Canada or the USA. I want those to be the only two values. And then company size, I want this to be the values that we render here as well. So make sure that these are the same values here. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to do is you can do export. We can keep that the same. Actually, let's do export default function first section, and we don't need this to be an arrow function, and we can just make it like this. and then we can go ahead and delete this at the bottom there. Cool. So now we're going to need a number of states. So we're going to say const loading is equal to set loading. The use state is set to false, which is good. Const, we're going to say submitted. It's another state. We want to check whether or not the form has been submitted. And then we're going to say set submitted equals to use state false. And then we're going to say const toast equals, oh, it needs to be in a bracket like this. And then you're going to say equals use toast. And now we want to go ahead and we want to create our form. So underneath here, we're going to say const form equals use form values. And then we're going to have a Zod resolver. So we're going to say resolver Zod. We're going to wrap our form schema here around our Zod resolver. So this is pretty much just going to check like what we're using is like correct, and ensuring that like if there's any errors in what somebody is submitting, it's going to go ahead and wrap that. So the default values, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to fill all of them. So let's do first name, and I got the autofill there. So this is a great chance to pause the video to get the same values I have. But yeah, pretty much we're going to make sure that the form is set to this whenever somebody new comes to our form. Then I want to make an asynchronous function, and then I want to say async function, and I'm going to call it submit. So once somebody submits something, I want to use data, and then I want to do z.infer, and then I want to do type of form schema. Now I want to go ahead and just want to console log my values. So I just want to see what is being passed in, and we can remove this later. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to create a try and catch. So this is just going to say try. So we're going to say the set loading is equal to true. And we're going to have a response. So const response is equal to await fetch API contact. That's correct. We're going to be building out these folders later, so it's fine. Then we're going to say a method is going to be the post, and then we're going to have a headers. Let's keep this in order here. So headers is going to be, I'm just going to put this on the same line so it's easier to read. Content type is, this is correct, so make sure you have this. And then underneath we're going to go ahead and put a comma at the end there, and then we're going to just say body JSON.stringify the data. So whatever somebody submits is going to be considered the data, and then we're going to interpret that data, and then we're going to change it. So correct. Now we're going to say if the response is not okay, we want to throw an error, so saying something went wrong. Next, the one thing I want to do is I want to catch the error. So I want to say catch error, and then I want to say console log error, and then we're going to have a toast. So we're going to have it pretty much, you can delete this, but we just want a notification to indicate what is the error, right? Like we want to know what's going on. So something went wrong. If we see this in our terminal, know that it came from this section of our function. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to create a finally. So I want it to break out once we're done, right? So I'm going to say set loading is equal to false, and then we can just leave that there. And yeah, so let's go to this. Cool. I believe I'm forgetting one thing here. We have our console log, we have our async function. We're not closing something correctly. So I'm going to put a comma there, or my semicolon there. Set, if the response is, okay, so here, this is where it is. So if the response is not okay, throw an error. And then we're going to say set submitted equal to true. And then we're just going to close it like this. And now we should have, perfect. So everything's working perfectly. So I just want to save it, make it look a bit nicer. And we have that. So make sure you have this function exactly working or looking the exact same as mine, or else it's not going to work. Okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and let's actually style out our form. So first thing we want to do is we want to do div. Oh, maybe like this. This needs to be in a return. And then here underneath this, we need to pass in that. Cool. So do div class name items center justify center flex call px20. We do md, do px0, do py20 space y of 10, and then we're going to do text center. Then I want to conditionally render whether or not, like I want to conditionally render a message whether or not the form has been submitted. So if it's been submitted, I want it to display the submission thing that I showed earlier. So I filled it out and then it prompted me with a message saying is submitted. So I'm just going to do that now. So I'm going to say submitted. If it has been submitted, I want to say div. Let's just close this. So div, do class name, text, 5xl, and then I want to say div, class name. We could just do talk with our sales team. So we could just do div, talk with our sales team. Cool. And then underneath that, I want to say div, class name, text XL. I want to say fill out your information, and we'll get back to you shortly. That works for me, but I want to keep it consistent with what we had earlier, so I'm just going to copy and paste this. So let's go to this. Cool. Now I want to go ahead and I want to say close this div off, and then I want to, this is where I want to conditionally render the value. So here I want to say div, I want to say class name, I want to make it text 3XL, I want to say text green 400, and then I want to say thank you for contacting us. We will be in contact with you shortly. And again, let's make sure to close that div. Cool. So now what we need to do is we need to render the conditional sign. So close that, and now let's see what we got on our screen. So we now have the text. I want to create a little bit more space. Let's do py talk with our sales team. We can just do like py8 or something. No, okay, that's not gonna work. This one here, we'll do py10. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, just moved it down a bit. So that's all I did there is I just added in a py10. Now underneath here is where we're going to actually render out our form and have all the values. So let's do that. Let's do form, and then let's say ... form, close our form, and then let's do this, and then we can say if it has not been submitted, we want to display our form, right? Because it's not been submitted. They can't submit it, or they can't submit it if they haven't seen it, and if they have seen it, they don't want to see it again, right? So let's do form. This is correct. So we'll do form on submit, and then we want to wrap our on submit function by this handle submit, and that's good. Okay, let's continue. Now we want to go ahead and I want to add a class name. So class name. So inside of here, I want to do this. So we'll do class name on the medium size screen. I want to do width 2/3 space y6, and then I also want to do a border and then p8 as well as rounded XL. Cool. Now I want to go ahead and I want to have a form there. So let's continue working. So inside of here, this is where I want to pass in my form field. So I want to say form field. So this is the thing that we imported from ShadcnUI at the very beginning. Make sure you have that here. Okay, cool. Form field control. I want to do form.control. Then I want to do name equals first name, and then I want to do render equals bracket, and then I want to do field. So I think I've slightly messed up. Yeah, I put too many. Field, and then I want to make this a arrow function. So this is correct. Yeah. So we now have our arrow function. We're going to remove this actually because this is wrong. Let's do form item class name. We're going to do flex items center justifies center space y-4, and then we're going to say width full. Now I want to go ahead and close this form item. I want to say form label. I want to say class name. The width of it is going to be 60. We're going to say text 2xl pt-4, and then we are going to say first. We're going to close it first, and then we're going to say first name. Okay. Now we're going to say form control. We're going to say input, and then we're going to say class name. Width is going to be full, and then we're also going to have a placeholder. So placeholder is going to be close that, and then it's just going to be spread whatever has been entered into the field. So let's just do that. Input equals, and then this is going to be a string. Cool. So form control. Now underneath that, we want to have a form message. So if there is an error, I want it to be displayed like nicely, and that can be done just with that one line there. So now we have that. We can go ahead and we can close that, and we now have our first form field. So we're going to go ahead and repeat that for our last name as well. So let's do that. So again, I'm just copying and pasting from the GitHub here. I recommend doing the same just because we've already kind of gone through what the importance of like it is now. And now I want to just go ahead and get the HTML and CSS out the way, and then show you how to build the function as well. So we also have a phone number, and then we're also going to have the country as well. So this one's going to be a little bit more complicated. This one's going to have the select, but it's going to essentially do the same thing. So we're making sure that this field renders, so all these, what you're seeing here, phone number, country, first name, last name, all of that stuff is what we configured here in our form schema. So those are the values that we're passing to the form, and then we are submitting them to the form as well. So that's what's going on there. Then we have this one here where it's form field. It's a longer one. This one includes our select, and then it's also going to be for our company size. Then we have our last one, which is our information, and then our information, we can go ahead and we can just build this one out really quickly. But this one is just going to say form field. It's going to be the exact same as all of the other ones. This one's going to be name. It's going to refer to the info section of our form, and then you can already tell, you can already see like ShadcnUI as well as GitHub Copilot kind of taking into place. But I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to use what I already have. So now here's a great spot to maybe pause the video to kind of make sure that you have the exact same thing I have, as well as, again, I can't stress enough how much easier things will become if you check out the GitHub repository. Go ahead and access all the source code yourself. If not, I'm going to give you guys a chance to kind of pause the video and again, kind of see what I'm doing right here. Cool. So some other things that we're forgetting was obviously a button, because we need to submit this form. So let's go ahead and let's build out a button. So let's do div, and then let's say class name, flex, items, center. I can say justify center as well. Gap 4. And then here is we're going to have a button. So button, and then the type of this button is going to have a type called submit, and it's also going to have a class name. So let's do class name, BG black text XL, rounded SM, and then it's also going to have a width of 80 as well as a height of 20. Now, whenever someone clicks on, whenever like the button is being submitted, we're going to disable it, and so that way nobody can submit a form twice. If of course, unless they come to the website again for the second time. So let's do onClick. Let's do form.handle submit on submit. That's correct. And then let's go ahead and let's write submit. And then let's close the button. So instead of closing like this, we should just close. And then here, we want to close the button. Cool. So that is the button. And then now what we want to do is we want to, underneath this form here, we want to conditionally render some more values. So let's go ahead and say div class name text to Excel. We're going to make this one take up the entire screen. We're going to say text green 400, green 400, items center space Y20 flex call, as well as justify center. Now I'm going to do another div, and this one's not going to have any class name. It's going to be an image prop, and then this is going to be src videos, and then in mine I also have a kind of like a GIF, so I'm going to show you how to use that. So H28 with 28. Now I'm going to go ahead and use the video that I have in my GitHub repository, and I'm going to import that. So back into my public folder, I'm going to go and I'm going to copy and paste this videos, and then this video is what I'm going to be using. So I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but this is what I want to have appear once a form has been submitted. Now I have that, so let's go, instead of images, it's going to be videos, and then I'm also going to have change this, so it's going to be check.gif. Cool. Now at the end of my form, I can just close everything out. So you're also going to get prompted with this error saying use next image, but it's fine. You don't have to necessarily use it. This is definitely going to do the job. Awesome. So this is what our form looks like now. We have our first name, last name, everything like that. And so one thing that I want to do, obviously to make this a little bit more visually appealing, is I want to kind of like set a width to the input. So let's go where our input is, and wherever we have input, okay. Input, instead of having it to be width full, we can just make it width 80, for example. And then you can see how it's going to change the values. In this example, I can't remember what I actually put here. Give me a second to check. Could do width full. I mean, yeah, I think all it really was I increased the height to 16. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me just double check. Yeah, so I mean, that was pretty much it. All I did was I just increased the height. The width stayed the same, and also the text is the same. So yeah, same thing with the select. I can go down to my select button, wherever it says select. So here, I can go ahead and I can increase. So instead of H10, I'm gonna make it H16. It's gonna get bigger as well. And then yeah, so I mean that kind of concludes everything. Now, once we fill out the information, we're gonna say you're gonna see that it obviously doesn't do anything, and that's completely okay. So you're gonna see when I click submit, if I go to submit here, you're gonna see that it expected a certain value, and that's fine. Expected Canada, received USA. So I can actually quickly show you what this is. United States of America. Let's go back to our contact page here, and pretty much all this is saying is here where I have USA and stuff, USA and Canada as values. They need to be changed. They need to be changed to Canada, as well as whatever we had previously up top. So we had Canada, and then we had USA. So these must be the values. So now once you see, we're gonna have that issue is gonna go away, and we can go ahead and we can add that. So now once we submit, nothing happens obviously because we don't actually have a function to send us anything. So now what we want to go ahead and do is into our app folder, we want to create a new folder called API. And then in our API, we want to go ahead and create a new folder called contact. And inside of contact, we want to create a new file called route.ts. And this is going to be where we are going to have our function. And this is pretty much where we're going to configure all the logic. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and use NodeMailer. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So NodeMailer is pretty much like an open source project that kind of like a developer of community, like the community of developers built to send emails like using Node. It's really easy to use and it's super user friendly. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's do that. So to begin with, we need to go and create a new terminal, and then we need to say npmi and then node mailer. I believe that is the exact thing. All right, cool. So once we have done that, we're pretty much ready to get going. So let's do import next response from next server, and then we can say import node mailer from node mailer, the package we just installed. It's going to be underlined. Give it a sec. It's going to actually, yeah, this is actually a good point. So what it's trying to say is, since we're using TypeScript, it wants us to like pretty much like ensure that we want to be using TypeScript. So make sure you have npmi -- save -dev at types /nodemailer. Let's go back into our configuration and let's add that. And then once we add that, it's going to go away. So perfect. So yeah, so if you make sure you have that, it's going to be super important. Cool. So now we want to do export async. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to be a post request. So we're going to say rec lowercase equals request. Then I want to go ahead and I want to make an object. So inside of here, I want to say if the method is equal to, so we're going to need 3 equal signs, so 1, 2, 3. Post, this is what we're going to render. So we're going to say const all of the values that we had in our form. So we're going to have first underscore name. Yeah, first underscore name. We're going to have last underscore name. We're going to have an email. We're going to have a phone number. Let's just do this one by one so we don't mess up. Phone number. Then we're going to have a country. And then we're going to have a company size. So we'll do country or company size. Company size. And then I'm going to say info. And then I'm going to say await rec. Instead of body, I'm going to say .json. And then I'm going to make a function right there. So make sure you have this. Just to maybe better conceptualize this, I will space everything out. So we have our email, phone number, country, company size, and we have an info where people are able to just kind of add their message. Alrighty, so yeah, make sure you have this. And now what we want to do is still inside of our like if loop, we want to have a try. So we want to say try, and then this is where we're going to go ahead and use NodeMailer to transport the object. We're going to say const transporter equals, we're in the autofill already, so NodeMailer dot create transport. Then we're going to say we're going to make sure that we have this exact information. So host, it's going to be it's going to be a string, so smtp.gmail.com. The reason why it's configured to this is required if the email that we're receiving is being sent from a Gmail account. So the best way to kind of think about this, maybe if I go ahead and I'm going to go and show you, let's do a skeleton draw. Let's see what we can find. Okay, cool. So let's do a little bit of drawing so you guys can kind of see what's happening here. Essentially, we are getting an email. Actually, this is a good way of doing it. Okay. So we're going to have, this is going to be us, and then this is going to be the customer. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add some text. So where's the text here? Am I able to add text? So this is the client, or in our case, it's going to be the customer slash person per person sending email. Then what's happening is this is being sent to this account. And then this account here is going to be receiving email. And this is going to be a verified like sender. So we are only letting the server, essentially we are going to fetch all of the emails that are being sent to this account. And then this account is going to send the email to us, which is the final kind of user. So a verified sender and fetches email. Then I'm also going to do a final one here, which is going to be us. So we're going to be the, I don't want that, I want this. So we're going to be the business slash account slash email. So pretty much someone is going to come to the website. I'm going to try and make this as big as possible. Then they're going to see the website, they're going to check it out, and they're going to go ahead and check out your contact form, and they're going to send it. Then that email is going to a specific account, and that account has to be authorized by you and it has to be pre-configured by you. So typically speaking, most people in like a kind of like a tech startup business will have an email form or like a contact form go to like a support email, right? And then that support email you have access to, of course, sends all of the support email to yourself. So that way you're able to kind of like middleman all of the unnecessary, maybe less important emails, as well as spam and junk mail, like from your own inbox, right? Because I don't want to see, like, because again, somebody could be sending malware, somebody could be sending maybe not so productive emails, and that can kind of like bog down your inbox, spam, stuff like that. And you really want to minimize who who has access to this to your accounts. So you have this one, right? And then once the email is like configured and it's seen as legit, you can go ahead and you can receive that email. So yeah, I mean, that's everything there. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of maybe better explain this later on how this makes sense. But yeah, I really wanted to kind of illustrate that there. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go back to the code. So make sure that to continue using this project, you have a Gmail account set up. And if not, please go ahead and pause the video and go ahead and make one, because the rest of it's not going to make sense if you don't have a Gmail account. Then we're going to have to use port 465. That's something, again, that's node mailer specific, so make sure you have that. Then we're going to say that the object is secured, it's true. And then here is where things get, this is where like the importance of having a Gmail account comes into play. So we're going to go into our auth, and then we're going to create an object, and then we're going to say the user has an email. So this email that we are going to receive as the business is going to come from this specific email. You don't have to use this email in instance. You can go ahead and you can use your own email. It doesn't necessarily matter. It just matters that you have access to it, because going forward, if you don't have access to this email, none of these emails that are being sent to this email you will receive. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to actually do this. So this is my personal one here at gmail.com, and then there's also going to be a password associated. So pass, and then you're going to see that there is a autofill, and this is completely wrong. So if you want an autofill, make sure you do not use it, because it's not what you need. You need to have a Google account, and then you need to create an account. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how to do all this step by step. So Google account. Now I'm already logged in with the task Igor email that I previously had, and I'm going into my Google account. So I've just clicked this, I'm going to go to my Google account, and it's going to log me in. So I'm already logged in, and all I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into, I believe it is security. Let me double check. yeah, so it's security. Then you go all the way to the very bottom. Not the very bottom, sorry. You are going to go to, is it personal info? There's some place where it's not this either. Give me one sec here. Payments, no. Home. Manage your data and privacy. No, this is wrong. We need to figure out where the link to this is actually found. So give me one sec, I'm gonna go ahead and find that. So I'm not actually sure where it went, but pretty much all you have to do is get to your Google account, and then you're gonna search up app. You're gonna search app passwords. Then it's going to redirect you to a certain page called app passwords, and then you're gonna want to go ahead and you're gonna want to create an app specific password. So I'm gonna call this one Asana clone. Create that, and now you're going to be prompted with a code. So I'm going to copy and paste this code here, and I'm going to import it back into my VS Code. So this is why I said that the password that they recommended to you is not going to work, and you can go ahead and just remove all the spaces from there. Cool. So now what you want to do is you just want to close everything out, and you now have to, we're going to continue building on from there. But yeah, just make sure that I'm going to go ahead and delete this so that nobody can access this. But pretty much, yeah, make sure you have your own and make sure nobody else can see it. You might want to maybe store this in your environment file as like a local variable, and then maybe just not pass in your env file, right? So make sure nobody has access to this, and then that is going to be our password. So I'm going to go ahead and continue building out the rest of this function. So we can go ahead and just close this now because it's not necessary. But yeah, we're going to have that. We're going to say const. We're going to have mail options. So from whoever filled out the email, like they have to submit the email, so we want that one to appear. It's going to be to. So this is the email that you are going to be sending these emails to. So I highly recommend, again, having control over this email. So for example, if you're having, if you have like a sales email, or if you have like a business email, make sure that, again, the receiving end of this is what we're talking about here. This is going to be who's going to receive these emails. So in this example, I'm going to go ahead and just use my Tastic eWare one because I don't have another email actually. So I'm just going to use that as my email. Now I'm going to go ahead and click subject, and then I want each of my subject forms to have a contact form at the top of it. And then I want to say HTML, and this is where I'm just going to apply some really basic styling so that the email, it does not look hideous. So H2, I'm going to say contact form submission, and then I want to close my H2 tag. I'm going to have a P tag here. This is correct, so yeah, so I want to have a strong tag, so I want to make it bold, and then I want to pass in the first name of the person into the first name section. Last name, I'm going to have an email, and then I'm going to have a phone number, country, company size, as well as info. Cool. So I have an issue here. Let's try and figure out what it is. This expression is not callable. Okay, so I think all I have to do is remove that, and it went away. So yeah, that was pretty much it. Now I want to go ahead and I want to send my email. So I want to say await transporter.send mail. I want to remove this here. I just want to have my mail options. So I just want to have this function. Now I want to go ahead and I want to say return next response. You can do a redirect. I'm not going to. I'm just going to say JSON, and then I want to say message. Say email has been sent. So this is sent on the server. The person is that is viewing or accessing the website is not going to see this. Remember, we already configured what they're going to see, which is that animation of the check mark, as well as a message saying we're going to contact you shortly. So don't worry about this. This is just for development, just so you can catch errors. And then I'm also going to put a catch error here, actually, funny enough. we're going to say console log. We're going to just figure out what the error is. So console log error, again, return next response, and then same thing, email, not the same thing, but the opposite, email has not been sent. Then let's close this, and then we can go and say else, and we can just say return next response, not .next, but again .json. We can say method not allowed, as well as let's close this properly, and then we can see what we got. Yeah, so we have one too many. That's fine. Alrighty, now if everything works as expected, we should get an email that is being sent to us from us. But yeah, let's go ahead and check this out. It's pretty cool. So the email I'm going to say is, hey, I want to learn more, or something. Let's do @gmail.com. And you're going to see as soon as I put the @ the email like the saying, you see how there's an error because there's no @gmail.com. But then as soon as you put it in, it's back. So I'm going to put my phone number, and then I'm going to just say, hey, I want more information regarding your services. Now I want to go ahead, actually let's just make this something cooler. Let's just say hi@gmail.com. Doesn't have to be anything, right? Because this is going to be the client, or let me go back to my illustration here. It's going to be this person here attaching their own email, right? So let's go back to our Asana, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to have my Gmail open here on another page, and then this one is going to essentially just show us what is give me a sec, and then I'm going to just cool. So now when I submit my email, I'm going to show you what it's going to say. So alright, I'm going to go into my inspect. Actually, I'm just going to click submit. Let's just see what happens. So if we get an error, we get an error. Submit. Perfect. So we now have our message. We have, thank you for contacting us. We will be in contact with you shortly. And then we also have our animation. I don't like how it's actually in the middle there. I'm going to quickly go ahead and change that. It's kind of ugly. Contact, and then wherever it said, let's go, I think it was here. Let's just remove the justify center. And perfect. I went ahead and I opened up my email, and this is what I got. So I got my contact form submission. I got the first name value, last name value, and every other value included. And also I got the info. So I mean that's perfect right there. That's amazing that just worked. And yeah, we got our logo. We got our I think we've kind of completed our entire Asana project. But yeah, I mean that's amazing. If at any point you guys got confused or anything else you're unclear about, please feel free to let me know in the comment section down below. I mean, but with that being said, I think that kind of concludes everything today. Let me know what you guys thought about this video. Please feel free to jump in the Discord. You know, you guys' support means a lot to me. It helps me do this thing full time. That's really what I want to be doing full time. So, I mean, yeah, if you guys want to go ahead, take inspiration, check out the GitHub, get involved. I really want to build a community here and kind of take this to the next level. But yeah, as for everything, that's it for me. And yeah, I hope to see you guys in the next video. See ya. Yes, I almost forgot. So that actually leaves me with one more thing, which is actually deploying this thing to Vercel. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to do that. So go to Vercel, and again, let's go to, don't know why that just opened up. Let's go to Vercel. I don't want to open up the one that I've already have. I want to just go to close out of this, close out of this. We can go to Vercel. No, I don't want to go to the website. I just want to go to the Vercel website. Vercel website, cool. Next thing I want to do is I want to log in. So I'm going to log in using GitHub. I'm going to take this off the screen so that you guys can't see it. But yeah, once I log in, it's going to display all of the projects I've already created. And in this example, I'm going to go to create project, and then I'm going to post the code that I've just added. So using an extension called VS Code, where is it called? It's called VS Code repositories. Let me try and find it for you guys. Yeah, okay, no, it's called GitHub repositories, and essentially it allows me to create repositories inside of GitHub, inside of my VS Code. So I'm going to go ahead in my source control, and I'm just going to say new video, for example. Yeah, so one of the things is it's going to ask you to like sign in using GitHub. Of course, click yes, go through the whole procedure, and then once you have that, you're going to have the feature. So it's going to say publish branch. I'm going to say video project. Now it's going to ask us what do we want to publish this to. So I want to go ahead and let's make it a public repository. So it's going to say private or public. Let's click public. So a GitHub repository already exists in Asana website. Okay, that's fine. Asana website. I think for my, I want to call it something else then. Just call it project video. And now I want to make it a public repository. So all I have to do there is I just have to change the name because I've already had an existing code with the same name. So you guys most likely won't have that issue, but it was just a super small one. If you guys do have it, just change your name of one of the repositories. Then it's going to go ahead and take a couple minutes to upload. And yeah, let's give it like a couple minutes here. Once it's done, essentially all we'll be able to do is just import it from Vercel, and then you guys can go ahead and get that link and you guys can share it to your friends. So successfully published project video to GitHub. Cool. So now we can go back into here. We can refresh this and then it says project video. So let's import it, and then we're going to leave it the same as project video, and then let's click deploy. Cool. So this takes maybe 5 to 15 minutes depending on how fast it goes. I would just say, you know, if you do, you most likely won't get any errors, and if you do, just kind of go through them one by one. But it is possible that, like in production, some things, maybe some modules might fail. But yeah, I went ahead and when I was building this project out, I went ahead and I double checked that you are not going to get any errors. And if you do, feel free to let me know in the comment section down below, and then I can go ahead and kind of work through them with you. So, but yeah, you're going to go ahead and wait, and you're going to get a link, and then from there, it's going to essentially look like this, wherever my previous project was. So I'm going to go back and then go into my projects, and then this was the one I had. Let's go check it out. So click on it, and then this was the link that I was like using as a demo. So yeah, I mean, that's everything for me. Officially now I'm out, super tired right now. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hope you guys took something from it. I hope you guys like it. Really my passion is going forward, is really building out these videos for you guys. So it means a lot when you guys comment, like, and subscribe. It kind of tells me, or like promotes me to, or motivates me to actually continue building out these videos, and kind of puts me right on the right path. So yeah, I mean, I hope you guys liked it. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comment section down below. Check out the GitHub repository link, check out the source code, everything else. Check out the Discord community, and yeah, that's it for me. See you later, guys. Bye.